Hi guys, tonight we're traveling far back in time, not to marble temples or grand palaces, but to a world shaped by gods, monsters, mortals, and the fire of fate itself. Just before we begin, if this kind of storytelling brings you peace, don't hesitate to like the video and subscribe. Drop a comment letting me know where you're listening from and what time it is. It's oddly comforting to know who else drifts off to sleep with these ancient tales. So dim the lights, let the whispers of the gods reach you, and let the myths unfold, all the way back to the very beginning. Before there were stories, before anyone tried to explain how things began, existence did not resemble anything familiar. There was no sky, no land, and no sense of distance. There was no direction, because there was nothing that could be pointed to as a reference. Time did not move forward, because movement itself required structure, and structure had not yet formed. Nothing waited, and nothing arrived. There was no silence, and no sound, not because both existed together, but because neither could exist without contrast. Everything remained in a state that cannot easily be described, because description depends on separation, and separation did not yet exist. This early state was not chaos in the way people later imagined chaos. It was not disorder, noise, or confusion. It was simply undefined. Nothing had shape, but nothing was broken. Nothing had meaning, but nothing lacked it. Meaning requires a mind to search for it, and there was no mind present. There were no thoughts, no awareness, and no observation. There was no place where something happened, and no moment when it happened. Existence was continuous and unmeasured, resting in a condition without urgency or expectation. Change did not come suddenly, and it did not come as an act of creation. There was no decision, no force, and no intention behind it. Instead, existence slowly shifted, not away from what it was, but gently toward something slightly more defined. This shift did not interrupt anything. It layered itself over what already existed, the way fine sediment settles at the bottom of still water without disturbing its surface. There was no beginning point that could be marked, and no moment that could be called the first change. As this undefined state continued, subtle distinctions began to appear. These were not objects or beings, and they were not separate places. They were closer to conditions than forms. There was a sense of openness, a sense of depth, and a sense of closeness, though none of these had edges. They did not divide existence into parts. They overlapped, sharing the same space without resistance. Nothing pushed against anything else, because pushing requires boundaries, and boundaries had not yet formed. These early distinctions did not compete or struggle. There was no balance to maintain, because imbalance had not yet been defined. Everything existed together without hierarchy or comparison. Nothing was greater or smaller, stronger or weaker. Equality was not a concept that had to be enforced. It existed naturally, because difference had not yet learned how to separate itself into categories. Time still did not move in a recognizable way. There was no past to reflect on, and no future to approach. Everything existed within the same extended present, unbroken and without measurement. Duration had no meaning, because there was nothing to measure it against. Nothing aged, and nothing progressed through stages that could be counted. Existence responded only to itself, adjusting slowly and quietly without awareness or effort. There was no life in this early condition, no thought, and no emotion. There was no desire for change, and no resistance to stillness. Nothing felt important, because importance only exists when comparison is possible. Nothing needed protection, and nothing faced danger. There was no fear, no curiosity, and no sense of anticipation. Everything that existed did so without tension. Over time, what would later be described as the earliest forces began to feel slightly more distinct. Even then, they were not beings and did not act with intention. They were tendencies rather than identities, conditions rather than characters. One leaned gently toward expansion, another toward grounding, another toward connection. These tendencies did not interact dramatically. They did not form conflicts or alliances. They simply influenced the shape of existence by being present within it. Nothing in this state could yet be called a story. Stories require sequences, and sequences require moments that can be separated and remembered. Memory did not exist, because memory requires change that can be noticed. What existed here was only the quiet preparation for awareness. The universe, if it could be called that at all, did not announce itself. It did not arrive with movement or sound. It remained steady and unresolved, holding its form without needing recognition. As existence continued to shift, the earliest outlines of structure began to appear. These outlines were not solid shapes, but suggestions of form. Depth began to feel more stable, openness more expansive, and connection more consistent. None of this required effort. There was no struggle involved in becoming more defined. Nothing resisted these changes, because resistance requires identity, and identity had not yet emerged. What came before did not disappear as these changes took place. Earlier states of existence remained present beneath what followed, quiet and unchanged. Nothing was erased or replaced. Everything continued together, layered rather than divided. This is why later attempts to describe this time often fail. Language depends on separation and contrast, and this era was defined by the absence of both. Even as structure slowly became more noticeable, existence did not become conscious. It did not observe itself or reflect on what it was becoming. Awareness had not yet formed. There was still no observer to mark transitions or assign meaning. The changes that occurred did so without intention, guided only by the fact that remaining completely undefined forever was never truly possible. This condition did not end in a dramatic transformation. It did not collapse or break apart. It continued forward without force, carrying itself gently towards something slightly more defined than before. There was no signal marking the shift, and no clear boundary separating one state from the next. Existence simply leaned closer to form, remaining calm and unhurried. What followed would still be slow and quiet. There would be no sudden movement and no urgency. The universe was not awake yet, but it was no longer entirely unaware of itself. In this steady, unmeasured state, the long movement towards structure, awareness, and eventually memory continued, without sound and without haste. Existence did not remain entirely the same forever. Even without awareness, intention, or desire, remaining completely unchanged was never possible. The shift did not come as a sudden movement or a clear event. There was no moment that could be pointed to and called the beginning of change. Instead, existence began to feel slightly different from within, as if the state it rested in was gently adjusting to its own presence. This change was slow enough to be almost meaningless, yet steady enough to continue. What changed first was not form, but sensation. Not sensation, as living beings would later understand it, but a subtle difference in how existence occupied itself. Some areas felt more open, others more settled. These were not places, and they were not separated by distance. They were qualities that began to repeat themselves in similar ways, quietly forming patterns without awareness. Nothing noticed these patterns forming, because there was still no observer. The patterns existed simply because repetition had become possible. As these qualities repeated, they began to feel more consistent. Openness did not drift randomly anymore. Depth did not feel entirely undefined. There was a growing sense that some conditions remained stable while others spread outward. These changes did not replace what already existed. They rested on top of it, layered gently, without erasing anything beneath. Everything that had existed before remained present, unchanged and supportive. Time still did not move forward in a recognizable way, but it no longer felt entirely motionless. Instead of direction, there was duration. Instead of progression, there was continuation. Existence did not move from one moment to another. It stretched, holding itself slightly longer in certain conditions than others. This stretching was not intentional. It was simply the result of difference becoming possible. With difference came the earliest hint of contrast. Not contrast between opposing forces, but contrast between consistency and variation. Some conditions remained the same wherever they appeared, while others shifted gently depending on where they rested. This was the first quiet step toward structure. Structure did not arrive as boundaries or divisions, it arrived as familiarity. Some states of existence became recognizable by their consistency alone. These early distinctions still did not interact in dramatic ways. There was no tension between them, because tension requires awareness of separation. They did not push or pull against one another. Instead, they overlapped, blending smoothly where they met. Where openness spread, depth remained beneath it. Where grounding became more noticeable, expansion did not disappear. Everything continued to exist together, without competition or hierarchy. As this process continued, existence began to feel less uniform. It was still whole, but no longer identical everywhere. Some conditions appeared more often than others. Some repeated themselves more consistently. This repetition gave rise to stability, though stability was not yet recognized as such. Nothing tried to preserve it, and nothing threatened it. Stability existed simply because nothing disrupted it. There was still no life and no thought. Nothing observed these changes as they occurred. There was no curiosity, no concern, and no anticipation. Existence did not react emotionally to becoming more defined. It did not resist or encourage change. It simply adjusted, responding only to the fact that it existed at all. This response remained slow, quiet, and without effort. As repetition continued, the earliest sense of direction began to form. This was not direction in space, but direction in tendency. Some conditions consistently leaned toward spreading, others toward settling. This leaning did not imply purpose. It did not move toward an outcome. It was simply the natural result of difference repeating itself. Over time, these tendencies became easier to distinguish, though they were still not separate things. With these tendencies came the earliest sense of relationship, not relationships between beings, but relationships between conditions. Openness often appeared alongside expansion. Depth often appeared alongside grounding. These pairings were not chosen. They formed naturally, because some qualities supported each other more easily than others. Where one appeared, the other followed, not as a rule, but as a pattern. Despite these changes, existence remained calm. Nothing accelerated. Nothing demanded attention. There was no build-up toward a climax or resolution. Change continued at the same unhurried pace. Even as distinctions became more noticeable, they did not create instability. Everything remained balanced without effort, because imbalance still required definition, and definition was only beginning to take shape. Memory still did not exist. What had occurred did not accumulate or leave traces. Each condition existed fully in the moment it appeared, without reference to what had come before. There was no past to influence the present, and no future to pull existence forward. Everything remained suspended in a continuous now, gently textured by repetition and difference. As existence continued to adjust, the earliest outlines of consistency began to hold. Some patterns appeared so often that they became reliable. These patterns did not form laws or rules. They simply repeated because nothing prevented them from doing so. Over time, this reliability gave rise to the quiet sense that existence was no longer entirely undefined. It had begun to prefer certain arrangements over others, without knowing why. These preferred arrangements did not exclude alternatives. They did not block other conditions from appearing, they simply remained present more often. This preference was not enforced, it existed because nothing disrupted it. In this way, existence began to feel slightly more organized, though organization itself was not yet understood. Even now, there were still no boundaries. Nothing was separate enough to stand alone. All conditions continued to overlap, blending gently where they met. The distinctions that had formed did not divide existence into parts. They added texture without breaking unity. Everything that existed remained connected, supported by the same underlying state that had always been present. This slow movement toward definition did not require awareness. It did not depend on intention or design. It was simply the natural outcome of difference being allowed to repeat. Over time, repetition became familiarity. Familiarity became consistency. And consistency quietly prepared the ground for structure, even though structure itself had not yet arrived. Existence did not know it was changing, because knowing requires awareness. It did not observe its own patterns or recognize its own tendencies. Yet these tendencies continued to form, layer by layer, without interruption. Nothing pushed them forward, and nothing held them back. Change remained gentle, steady, and unremarkable. By the end of this stage, existence was still quiet and unresolved. There were no forms, no beings, and no identities. But it was no longer entirely without distinction. Difference had become possible, repetition had become reliable, and tendencies had begun to lean in recognizable ways. The universe had not awakened, but it had begun to shift from complete uniformity towards subtle structure. What followed would not arrive suddenly. It would continue at the same pace, building slowly on what had already formed. Nothing would be erased, and nothing would be rushed. The movement toward definition would remain calm and patient, carrying existence gently forward, one quiet adjustment at a time. As existence continued to adjust and repeat itself, the subtle differences that had begun to form in earlier stages became easier to sense. These differences were still not forms or beings, and they were not yet separate enough to stand on their own. However, they were no longer entirely indistinct. Certain conditions appeared more consistently than others, and over time, these conditions began to feel familiar within the broader, undefined whole. This familiarity did not arise from awareness, but from repetition. What appeared often enough began to feel stable, even without being recognized. Among these early conditions, three tendencies slowly became more noticeable than the rest. They were not named, identified, or understood. They were simply present in recognizable ways. One of these tendencies was a sense of openness, where existence felt wide, uncontained, and without resistance. Another was a sense of depth, where existence felt layered, supported, and settled. The third was a sense of closeness, where conditions rested together without distance, neither merging completely nor drifting apart. These tendencies did not appear suddenly. They emerged gradually, woven into existence so gently that there was no moment when they could be said to have arrived. Openness did not function as space in the way it would later be understood. It did not stretch outward from a center, and it did not create distance between things. Instead, it existed as a condition in which nothing felt constrained. Where openness appeared, existence did not press against itself. It rested lightly, without edges or limits. This openness did not exclude other conditions. Depth could exist within it, and closeness could exist alongside it. There was no conflict between them, because conflict requires separation, and separation was still incomplete. Depth, by contrast, did not imply downward movement or direction. It was not a location beneath something else. Depth existed as a sense of foundation, a quiet layering where existence felt supported by itself. Where depth appeared, conditions did not float or drift. They settled naturally, without weight or force. This settling did not fix anything in place permanently. It simply allowed repetition to occur more easily. Depth provided continuity without enforcing structure. Closeness did not mean contact or connection in a physical sense. It was not touch, and it was not attachment. Instead, it described the way conditions rested together without distance. Where closeness appeared, nothing felt isolated. Yet nothing fully merged either. Each condition maintained its presence while remaining near others. This closeness allowed different tendencies to coexist, without losing their distinct qualities. It did not blend everything into sameness. It allowed difference to remain gentle and non-disruptive. These three conditions did not exist separately from the rest of existence. They were not contained or bounded. They overlapped freely, appearing together in different combinations. Where openness spread, depth often followed, allowing expansion without instability. Where closeness appeared, openness remained present, preventing confinement. None of these tendencies dominated the others. They balanced naturally, not through effort, but because nothing interfered with their coexistence. As these conditions repeated, they became more consistent. They did not appear randomly anymore. They began to settle into recognizable patterns, though these patterns were not fixed. Openness tended to appear where resistance was absent. Depth tended to appear where repetition was strongest. Closeness tended to appear where multiple conditions overlapped comfortably. These tendencies were not rules. They were habits formed through repetition alone. Time still did not move forward in a linear way. There was no sequence of moments, only continuation. However, within this continuation, some conditions lasted longer than others. Openness sometimes extended without interruption. Depth sometimes remained present through multiple repetitions. Closeness sometimes persisted, even as other tendencies shifted around it. This persistence created the earliest sense of duration, though duration was not yet measured or understood. There was still no awareness observing these changes. Nothing recognized openness as openness, or depth as depth, or closeness as closeness. These conditions did not reflect on themselves. They did not interact with intention or curiosity. They existed simply because existence allowed them to repeat. There was no preference guiding them. They did not compete for presence. Everything remained calm and evenly balanced. As repetition continued, these conditions began to influence how existence adjusted to itself. Where openness dominated, repetition became smoother and more expansive. Where depth dominated, repetition became steadier and more settled. Where closeness dominated, repetition became more layered and interconnected. None of these effects disrupted the overall state. They added texture without breaking continuity. Despite these changes, existence remained unified. The emergence of these conditions did not divide reality into parts. There were no borders marking where openness ended and depth began. There were no edges separating closeness from expansion. Everything blended gently, maintaining a shared underlying state. This unity ensured that no condition could exist alone. Each depended on the presence of the others, even without awareness. Memory still did not exist. Although conditions repeated, nothing remembered previous repetitions. There was no accumulation of experience and no recognition of patterns. Repetition occurred without reference. Each instance existed fully on its own, supported by consistency rather than recollection. There was no sense of history forming, and no anticipation of what might follow. As these abstract conditions stabilized, existence became slightly more predictable. Not predictable to an observer, because there was still no observer, but predictable in itself. Certain arrangements appeared more often than others. These arrangements did not exclude alternatives, but they created a quiet sense of reliability. Existence had not yet formed structure, but it had begun to prefer consistency over complete unpredictability. This preference did not restrict possibility. New combinations of openness, depth, and closeness could still appear. Nothing prevented variation. However, variation now occurred within a narrower range. The extremes of complete uniformity and complete randomness were no longer present. Existence rested in a middle state, textured but calm, varied but stable. There was still no life, no thought, and no emotion. Nothing experienced these conditions as pleasant or unpleasant. Nothing reacted to them. They simply existed. The absence of reaction allowed these conditions to persist without disruption. Nothing attempted to preserve them, and nothing threatened them. Stability existed without effort. As time continued without direction, These abstract conditions quietly prepared the ground for further definition. They did not create forms or identities, but they allowed the idea of form to become possible. Openness allowed expansion without collapse. Depth allowed support without confinement. Closeness allowed coexistence without loss of distinction. Together they formed a subtle framework within which further change could occur. This framework did not announce itself. It did not appear as a sudden shift. It became noticeable only through its persistence. What had once been entirely undefined was now gently patterned. Difference existed without conflict. Consistency existed without rigidity. Existence remained calm, unhurried, and unresolved. By the end of this stage, the universe was still not awake. There were still no names, no beings, and no awareness. However, existence was no longer entirely featureless. Openness, depth, and closeness had become reliable conditions, shaping how reality rested within itself. These abstract qualities did not control what would come next, but they made it possible for further distinction to emerge. What followed would continue in the same patient manner. Nothing would be rushed, and nothing would be erased. The quiet movement toward definition would build gently on these conditions, allowing existence to become slightly more structured without ever losing its calm. The universe remained steady, layered, and silent, carrying itself forward without effort. As existence continued without division, a period emerged in which nothing stood apart from anything else. This was not a stage defined by unity as an idea, because ideas still did not exist. Instead, it was a condition where separation had simply not occurred. Everything that was present existed together, layered over itself, without boundaries or distances to distinguish one from another. There was no inside and no outside. There was no before and no after. All conditions rested in the same undefined continuity. In this period, openness, depth, and closeness did not appear as separate tendencies anymore. They overlapped so completely that they became inseparable. Openness did not spread outward, depth did not settle downward, and closeness did not draw things together. All three existed at once, in every instance, without distinction. What had once been gentle variations now functioned as a single, blended state. Nothing contrasted against anything else strongly enough to create difference. Existence did not feel crowded, even though everything was present at the same time. The idea of crowding requires space and limitation, neither of which had formed. Instead, everything occupied the same undefined presence, without interfering. Conditions did not collide or overlap in a disruptive way. They simply coincided. Where one condition existed, all others existed as well, not layered on top of it but within it. There was no movement in the way motion would later be understood. Nothing traveled from one place to another, because there were no places. Change still occurred, but it occurred as adjustment rather than transition. Existence subtly shifted within itself, redistributing emphasis without altering its total state. These shifts did not create progression, they maintained balance. Because nothing was separate, nothing could be identified. Identification requires contrast, and contrast requires distance. In this period, distance had not yet appeared. Even the faint distinctions that had begun to emerge earlier now rested together so completely that they lost any sense of individuality. This was not a collapse of difference, but a suspension of it. Difference existed only as potential, not as expression. Time remained non-linear and unmeasured. However, this period carried a sense of extended continuity, not duration and not permanence, but a sustained sameness that did not require reinforcement. Nothing interrupted it. Nothing challenged it. The absence of interruption allowed this state to persist without effort. There was still no awareness present to observe this condition. Nothing perceived the layering of existence or recognized the absence of separation. Nothing reflected on the state of being undivided. This absence of observation prevented any pressure toward definition. Without awareness, there was no reason for existence to organize itself further. Despite this, subtle internal adjustments continued. These adjustments did not create form. but they prevented stagnation. Existence was not frozen. It remained active in a quiet, self-contained way. Conditions adjusted their emphasis gently, ensuring that no single tendency overwhelmed the whole. Balance was maintained not through control, but through the lack of imbalance. In this undivided state, nothing could be lost. Loss requires something to be distinct enough to disappear. Since nothing stood apart, nothing could vanish. Everything that existed remained present in some form, even as emphasis shifted. This created a sense of completeness that did not depend on fullness or abundance. Completeness existed simply because nothing was missing. There was also no accumulation. Although existence continued, nothing stacked on top of previous states. Each moment did not add to the last, because moments were not discrete. Continuity flowed without layering history. The absence of accumulation meant that existence remained light, without weight or burden. Potential existed everywhere. Because nothing was fixed or defined, everything that could eventually emerge remained possible. However, possibility did not push toward realization. There was no force driving existence toward form. Potential rested quietly, unexpressed, evenly distributed throughout the whole. This period did not resist change, but it did not invite it either. It was stable without being rigid, flexible without direction. Existence allowed itself to remain as it was, because nothing required it to be otherwise. There was no tension between what existed and what could exist. As this undivided state persisted, it quietly established a baseline, not a foundation in the structural sense, but a reference point. Any future distinction would emerge against this memoryless continuity. Separation, when it eventually occurred, would not replace this state. It would arise from within it. Nothing in this period anticipated what would come next. Anticipation requires awareness and expectation. Yet the conditions present here made future distinction possible. The complete overlap of everything ensured that when separation began, it would not fracture existence violently. It would unfold gently, preserving continuity even as difference appeared. Silence dominated this period. Not silence as the absence of sound, but silence as the absence of signal. Nothing announced itself. Nothing stood out. Everything existed evenly, without emphasis. This silence was not empty. It was full of unexpressed structure. By the end of this stage, existence remained entirely undivided. There were still no forms, no identities, and no observers. However, the conditions that allowed separation to occur without destruction had been firmly established. Everything had learned, without awareness, how to coexist without conflict. What followed would not break this unity abruptly. The first separations would be subtle, almost imperceptible. Difference would not arrive as division, but as gentle distinction within continuity. The layered, overlapping state of existence would begin to thin, not disappear. For now, everything remained together. Nothing stood apart. Nothing claimed its own place. Existence rested fully within itself, unchanged on the surface, quietly prepared for the slow emergence of distinction. From within the undivided continuity, a new sensation slowly began to take shape. It was not a form and not a substance, but a tendency, a subtle inclination toward staying, toward holding, toward remaining in place. This was the earliest trace of what would much later be understood as ground. Not ground as something solid or visible, but ground as an idea of stability, a suggestion that not everything needed to remain equally fluid. This change did not arrive suddenly. There was no moment where existence shifted from weightless to heavy. Instead, certain regions of continuity began to feel quieter, less inclined to adjust. Where earlier everything had shifted evenly, now some aspects resisted movement. They did not stop change entirely, but they slowed it. This slowing created contrast, not between things, but between behaviors. This was the beginning of firmness. Not hardness, and not density, but firmness as a preference for consistency. These areas did not spread outward or pull inward. They simply remained. Their presence introduced a new balance into existence, one where not all conditions flowed at the same rate. With this emergence, the first sense of below became imaginable, though it was not yet defined. It was not a direction, but a feeling of support. Something in existence now felt capable of carrying other conditions without being altered by them. This was the earliest suggestion of foundation. This foundational tendency did not separate itself from the rest of existence. It remained fully integrated, overlapping with all other conditions. Yet, its behavior differed. While openness continued to allow expansion, and depth continued to imply inwardness, this new tendency provided steadiness. It allowed other conditions to rest without dissolving. There was still no shape, no surface, and no boundary. Ground did not exist as an object. It existed as reliability, as repetition, as the sense that something would remain even if everything else adjusted around it. This reliability did not come from intention or design. It emerged naturally from the gradual thickening of certain patterns within continuity. As this sense of ground strengthened, it subtly altered how other conditions behaved. Change began to organize itself in relation to stability. Movement, when it occurred, now happened against something that did not move as easily. This created the first relational dynamic, though still without separation. Time, still undefined, began to feel slightly more directional, not forward or backward, but anchored. Moments no longer blended entirely into one another. Some impressions lingered longer than others. This lingering did not create memory, but it created persistence. The idea of weight was not yet present, but pressure began to be imaginable. Conditions interacting with this foundational tendency did not sink or rise, but they encountered resistance. This resistance was gentle and passive. It did not push back, it simply did not give way. Nothing recognized this change. There was still no awareness to label or respond to it. Yet, the presence of stability altered the balance of existence in a lasting way. The undivided state remained intact, but it was no longer uniform. Variation had become structural. This foundational tendency did not claim space. It did not gather into a center. It was everywhere and nowhere, evenly distributed yet uneven in effect. Wherever it manifested, existence felt calmer, less prone to internal adjustment. These regions acted as quiet anchors within the larger continuity. Potential responded to this change. Possibility began to cluster loosely around stability, not because it was drawn there, but because stability allowed possibility to remain without dissolving back into sameness. The presence of ground-like behavior made holding a state conceivable. This was the first time existence hinted at endurance. Earlier conditions existed fully, but without persistence. Now, some aspects suggested that remaining unchanged was possible. This suggestion did not eliminate change. It framed it. Despite this, nothing hardened, nothing crystallized. Ground was still an idea, not a form. It could not be touched, not because touch did not exist, but because there was nothing distinct to encounter. Stability was felt, not encountered. As this period continued, the foundational tendency became more familiar to existence. It no longer felt novel. It simply became part of how things behaved. Balance adjusted to include firmness alongside fluidity. Neither dominated the other. There was no conflict between movement and stillness. Stillness did not oppose motion. It coexisted with it, offering contrast without division. Where movement occurred, it now had context. Where stillness existed, it did not isolate itself. This stage did not mark the birth of matter, but it prepared for it. Without stability, form could not persist. Without persistence, distinction could not endure. The idea of ground quietly laid the conditions for everything that would later take shape. Existence remained whole. Nothing broke away, nothing stood apart, yet something had changed permanently. The continuity now included the possibility of standing, of remaining, of being supported. This did not bring clarity, it brought calm, a deeper calm than before, rooted not in sameness but in reliability. Existence did not need to hold itself together anymore. Parts of it simply stayed. As this calm settled, the layered overlap of all conditions adjusted around it. Stability became a silent reference, shaping how future distinctions would emerge. Separation, when it came, would not fall endlessly. It would land. By the end of this stage, the idea of ground was fully present, though still unnamed and unrecognized. There was no earth, no soil, no surface. Only the quiet certainty that something could remain unchanged beneath change itself. Everything still existed together. Nothing had yet claimed its own identity. But now, existence knew how to hold. As stability and depth settled into existence, the calm order that had formed did not remain flat. Something within it began to lean, not suddenly and not violently, but with a quiet insistence. The balance between holding and openness, between inwardness and responsiveness, started to express direction. This was not movement through space, because space still did not exist. It was movement of tendency. Certain aspects of existence continued to settle inward, becoming quieter, heavier in presence, and more consistent. Other aspects began to respond more freely, adjusting faster, lingering less, and refusing to remain contained for long. This difference, once subtle, now became persistent. It did not break coexistence, but it gave it shape. For the first time, existence could no longer be described as behaving everywhere in the same way. There was still no separation, no borders, and no distance. But behavior began to cluster. Some regions of continuity behaved as if they preferred to remain, to hold, to support. Other regions behaved as if they preferred to open, to shift, to release. This was the beginning of orientation. The idea of below was no longer only inwardness. It became associated with reliability. What leaned inward did not simply rest, it supported. Change did not pass through it easily. When change encountered these conditions, it slowed, settled, and remained longer. This gave existence its first sense of foundation. At the same time, what leaned outward did not scatter. It hovered, it adjusted constantly, refusing to settle for long. This responsiveness created the earliest impression of above. Not height, not distance, but lightness of behavior. These aspects did not hold. They allowed change to move freely, leaving little trace behind. Together, these tendencies formed the earliest version of ground and openness, not earth and sky as places, but as ways of existing. One held, one moved, one persisted, one adapted. Because coexistence was still intact, these tendencies did not clash. They learned each other's presence naturally. Change flowing through responsive conditions eventually encountered stability. Stability did not resist it. It received it. In return, stability allowed responsive conditions to continue changing without collapse. This exchange created order that was no longer uniform but structured. Within this structure, something new became possible. Where holding and responsiveness interacted repeatedly, certain patterns began to remain coherent. These patterns were not intentional. They did not form by design. They emerged simply because the conditions around them allowed persistence. For the first time, existence expressed itself as localized coherence. These coherent regions did not detach from continuity. They were not separate beings. They overlapped fully with everything else. Yet their internal behavior remained consistent longer than the surrounding flow. This consistency allowed them to be described for the first time as presences. These presences had no names, no awareness, no form. They did not act. They did not choose. They existed because order now allowed something to remain without dissolving immediately. Some presences leaned closer to stability. They held states gently and deeply. Others leaned closer to responsiveness. They shaped change by allowing it to pass through in patterned ways. None of them dominated. None of them opposed one another. As these presences persisted, differences between them became more noticeable, not differences of value, but differences of influence. Some presences affected the surrounding flow more strongly than others. When change passed through them, it slowed more, lingered longer, or altered its rhythm. This was the first appearance of power. Power did not arrive as force or control. Nothing commanded anything else. Power existed only as capacity. Some presences simply carried more influence within continuity. Their coherence was stronger, their persistence deeper. Because of this, the flow of existence bent more noticeably around them. Other presences remained lighter. Change passed through them easily, leaving little trace. This lightness was not weakness. It allowed flexibility. It ensured that existence did not become rigid. There was no hierarchy. Stronger influence did not imply superiority. No presence sought more power. No presence lost power to another. Power did not accumulate or transfer. It existed independently within each coherence. Because power emerged within coexistence, it remained controlled. There was no conflict, no competition, no imbalance. Stronger presences anchored continuity. Lighter presences allowed variation. Together, they maintained order. As this uneven influence settled, existence began to feel populated, not by beings, but by presences that endured. Silence no longer felt empty. It felt inhabited by quiet coherence. Time, still undefined, began to behave differently around these presences. Changes near stronger coherence felt slower and heavier. Changes elsewhere remained quick and light. This difference created rhythm, not sequence, but pacing. This pacing prepared existence for something it had never needed before: differentiation. For the first time, presences did not all function in the same way. Some stabilized, some shaped, some simply allowed flow. These functional differences did not create identity yet, but they laid the groundwork for it. With function came the earliest hint of role. A presence that consistently stabilized its surroundings behaved differently from one that constantly adapted. These differences repeated. Repetition made them familiar. Familiarity allowed distinction to linger. Still, there were no names, no faces, no stories. But existence was no longer only conditions and order. It now contained enduring presences with varying influence and function. This was the critical threshold. Up to this point, nothing could truly be said to exist as something. Everything was behavior within continuity. Now, continuity itself allowed enduring expressions that could, eventually, be recognized. Nothing yet observed them, nothing yet described them. But the conditions that would allow observation had been prepared. This stage did not end in separation, it ended in readiness. Existence now had stability to support form, openness to allow change, order to prevent collapse, persistence to allow presence, power to shape interaction. What followed no longer required abstraction alone. From this point onward, presences would begin to take on clearer distinction. Influence would sharpen. Functions would become recognizable. And soon, names would no longer feel disruptive. They would feel natural. This was the last stage before myth. Everything still existed together, but now, existence was no longer silent in the same way. It had gathered itself enough to begin telling stories. And from here, the story would finally begin to speak in forms, in forces, and soon, in names. By the time the universe had fully settled into its quiet rhythm, nothing needed to be explained anymore. There was a sky that stretched endlessly above, a vast and patient earth below, and a deep space in between where light and shadow slowly learned how to exist together. The seas had found their boundaries. The darkness had found its corners, and the air rested calmly between all things. This was no longer a moment of creation, but a state of being. The world did not feel young or old, it simply felt present, as if it had always been this way. Within this stable universe, something new began to appear, not suddenly, not dramatically, but slowly and naturally, as if the world itself had reached a point where it could now hold something more. These were not humans, not creatures of flesh or bone, but vast presences tied to the very structure of reality. They did not arrive from elsewhere. They emerged from within the world, shaped by its sky, its earth, and its endless depth. The first of these presences were not loud or commanding. They did not announce themselves, they existed quietly, deeply connected to the spaces they represented. One belonged to the open sky, stretching across the high air and distant clouds. Another was bound to the solid earth, heavy and unmoving, patient beneath all things. Others were linked to the sea, to darkness, to distant boundaries, where the known world slowly faded into mystery. These beings did not yet rule. They did not demand. They simply were. At this stage there was no throne, no palace, no center of power. Each god existed within their own vast domain, fully complete on their own. The sky god did not look down with judgment, and the earth did not rise to challenge the sky. There was no conflict between them, because there was no need for one. Balance was not enforced. It happened naturally. Each presence filled a role that felt inevitable, as if the universe had quietly shaped them to fit exactly where they belonged. Time during this era moved slowly, almost gently. Days did not rush into nights, and seasons did not push one another aside. Everything unfolded at its own pace. The gods themselves did not measure time as later beings would. For them, existence was a long, unbroken moment, stretching endlessly forward and backward. Nothing pressed them to act, and nothing demanded change. As these first gods continued to exist, something subtle began to happen between them. They became aware of one another, not through speech or thought, but through presence. The sky felt the weight of the earth beneath it. The earth sensed the openness above. The sea felt the pull of the land at its edges. This awareness did not bring tension. It brought connection. The universe was no longer just space and matter. It had relationships. From these quiet connections came the first sense of structure among the gods. Not a hierarchy, but a loose understanding. Some presences were broader, more expansive, touching many parts of the world at once. Others were more focused, deeper, and heavier. This difference did not imply superiority. It was simply a fact of how they existed. The sky stretched far and wide. The earth held firm and steady. The sea moved endlessly, but stayed within its bounds. During this time, the gods did not interfere with the world. Mountains rose slowly over ages without command. Rivers found their paths without guidance. Storms formed and faded without intention. The gods were not managers of reality. They were expressions of it. Their power did not come from control, but from embodiment. They did not decide what the world would be. They were what the world already was. Gradually, the presence of these gods made the universe feel more complete. Space no longer felt empty, even in its quietest corners. There was a sense that the world was being observed, not with judgment or curiosity, but with calm awareness. The gods did not watch as rulers. They watched as parts of the same whole, aware of the slow movement of existence around them. Over long stretches of time, the relationships between these gods deepened. The sky and the earth, always close yet never touching, developed a quiet tension simply by existing together. The sea, always moving, brushed against the land again and again, shaping its edges. Darkness remained present, not as an enemy, but as a necessary balance to light. None of this was planned. It happened because it could not happen any other way. This was an age without stories. Nothing dramatic occurred, because nothing needed to. There were no battles to remember, no victories to celebrate, no losses to mourn. Later generations would look back and struggle to understand this time, because it lacked the conflict and emotion they were familiar with. But for the universe, this era was essential. It was the calm foundation upon which everything else would eventually rise. As the gods continued to exist, something else began to change, almost unnoticed at first. The closeness between them started to produce new presences, not intentionally and not through desire, but through proximity and shared existence. Where the sky and earth remained forever near, new forces slowly took shape. Where darkness lingered beside the edges of the world, deeper mysteries formed. These were not yet fully defined beings, but they hinted at what was coming. The universe, once simple and quiet, was becoming layered. Not chaotic, not unstable, but richer. There were now generations forming within existence itself. The first gods remained vast and foundational, but newer forces were beginning to appear with slightly more focus, slightly more identity. The world was no longer just held together by space and matter. It was beginning to develop a sense of story, even if no one yet recognized it as such. Still, there was peace. No god sought to dominate another. No presence tried to reshape the world in its own image. The idea of control had not yet formed. Power existed, but it was passive, resting quietly within each being. The gods did not compare themselves, because comparison had no meaning in a world without ambition. This era can best be understood as a long breath held by the universe. Everything was stable, balanced, and complete, yet full of potential. The gods were present, but history had not yet begun. There were no names spoken aloud, no myths told, no lessons learned. Only existence, slow and steady, stretching onward. But change, though slow, was inevitable. The growing number of presences within the universe meant that balance would one day need guidance. Awareness would deepen, identity would sharpen, and with identity would come preference, and with preference would come disagreement. None of this had happened yet, but the conditions for it were quietly forming. For now the first gods remained as they were, vast, calm, and deeply tied to the structure of the universe itself. They did not rule the world, they were the world. And in their quiet coexistence, they unknowingly prepared the stage for everything that would follow. The age of simple existence was nearing its end, not with an ending, but with a gradual shift. The universe was ready to move from stillness into story. And within the calm presence of these first gods, the future waited patiently, unseen but certain. As the universe continued in its steady rhythm, certain presences became clearer than the rest. These were not new beings, but ones whose connection to the structure of the world had grown impossible to ignore. Among all the vast forces that existed, three began to stand out, not because they demanded attention, but because everything else seemed to move in relation to them. The sky above, the earth below, and the sea that flowed between them were no longer just parts of the world. They were expressions of living power. The sky was known as Uranus. He was not a figure standing above the clouds, but the sky itself, stretching endlessly in every direction. His presence was wide, open, and overwhelming. He covered everything, touching the edges of the world and pressing gently down upon it. Uranus did not act or speak. His power came from constancy. He was always there, watching over all things, simply by existing. Below him was Gaia, the earth. She was solid, deep, and endlessly patient. Every mountain, every plain, every hidden cave was part of her being. Where Uranus was distant and vast, Gaia was close and intimate. She carried weight. She held everything that rested upon her without complaint. Life, though not yet fully formed, would one day depend entirely on her stability. Between sky and earth moved Pontus the sea. He was restless where the others were steady. His waters shifted and rolled, never staying still for long. Pontus touched the edges of Gaia again and again, shaping her shores slowly over time. He reflected the sky above him, but belonged fully to neither sky nor land. The sea existed in between, both connecting and separating. These three were not rulers in the way later gods would be. They did not sit in judgment or issue commands. Their power was not authority, but presence. Everything else in the world adjusted itself around them naturally. The air spread beneath Uranus. The soil settled within Gaia. Rivers flowed toward Pontus without being told. Balance existed because it made sense, not because it was enforced. As time passed, the closeness of Uranus and Gaia became especially important. The sky was always pressing down upon the Earth, and the Earth was always reaching up toward the sky. This closeness was constant and unavoidable. From this connection, new beings slowly began to form. They were not created through intention or planning. They emerged because the conditions allowed them to exist. These new beings were more defined than the first presences of the universe. They were still vast and powerful, but they had clearer boundaries and identities. They were connected to specific aspects of the world, such as time, memory, light, darkness, and the unseen forces that shaped reality beneath the surface. They would later be known as Titans, though at this stage they were simply powerful children of sky and earth. Gaia welcomed these new beings as extensions of herself. She felt them within her depths and across her surface. Uranus, however, reacted differently. Where Gaia was accepting, Uranus was distant and uneasy. He remained stretched across the world, watching as these new presences multiplied. To him, they felt like disruptions, not additions. The sky had once been vast and empty, and now it was filled with growing complexity. Pontus, meanwhile, continued his endless movement. From the sea also came new forces, quieter and more mysterious. The deep waters gave rise to beings tied to depth, darkness, and the unknown. These sea-born powers were less visible, but no less important. They moved slowly beneath the surface, shaping the world in ways that would only become clear much later. Despite these changes, there was still no open conflict. The world remained calm on the surface. The gods existed together without argument, each fulfilling their nature. Yet beneath this calm, subtle tension was building. Uranus began to feel crowded by the growing number of powerful beings. The sky, once limitless and empty, now felt full. Uranus responded to this discomfort, not with anger, but with suppression. He pressed himself closer to Gaia, forcing their children deeper into the earth. These beings were not destroyed, but confined. They existed, but without space to fully express themselves. Gaia felt this deeply. She carried the weight of her imprisoned children within her, feeling their presence as both part of herself and a source of pain. The earth, patient as she was, did not react immediately. Gaia endured. She always had. But endurance did not mean acceptance. Over long ages, her quiet discomfort grew. She felt the imbalance between sky and earth becoming heavier. Uranus continued to cover her completely, leaving no room for change or growth. The world was stable, but it was also stagnant. The sea observed all of this in silence. Pontus did not interfere. The sea had always existed in cycles, rising and falling, advancing and retreating. He understood change as something slow and inevitable. While the sky resisted it, and the earth suffered beneath it, the sea simply continued to move. As more Titans came into being, the world became richer and more complex. Each new presence represented a different force or idea, such as strength, memory, order, or chaos. These beings were not yet gods in the familiar sense, but they were closer than anything before them. They could interact with one another. They could feel preference, closeness, and even resentment. Still, there were no battles. The tension remained contained, like pressure building deep underground. Gaia's role as the earth forced her to carry this pressure silently. She held mountains, seas, and now imprisoned gods within her. Her strength was unmatched, but her patience was being tested. Uranus, unaware or unwilling to change, remained fixed in his position. The sky does not move easily. He believed stability was the highest good, and that change was a threat to the order of the universe. In his effort to preserve balance, he unknowingly created imbalance. This dynamic between sky, earth, and sea defined the world during this age. The sky dominated through presence, the earth endured through strength. The sea adapted through motion. Together they formed the foundation of all later stories. Every god, every human, every myth would emerge from this arrangement. As time continued, the Titans grew more aware of their confinement. They began to sense their own power and the limits placed upon it. This awareness did not yet turn into rebellion, but it marked an important shift. The universe was no longer simply existing. It was beginning to reflect on itself. Gaia, feeling the growing unrest within her, began to consider change for the first time. Not destruction, not chaos, but balance through movement. She understood that the world could not remain frozen forever. The sky would need to lift. Space would need to open. Growth required release. The sea, ever patient, continued to shape the edges of the land. Waves rose and fell, marking time in a way no god yet fully understood. In the rhythm of the tides lay a quiet truth: nothing remains unchanged forever. By the end of this era, the roles of sky, earth, and sea were firmly established. Uranus ruled the heavens through sheer presence. Gaia supported all things through endurance. Pontus connected and separated through constant motion. Together they formed a world that was stable, rich, and ready for transformation. The stage was set. The universe had gods now, not just forces. Relationships existed. Tension existed. And deep within the earth, the possibility of change waited, slow and inevitable, for the moment when the world would finally move forward. As the world continued to exist under the wide sky, upon the steady earth, and beside the endless sea, the gods themselves began to settle into patterns. Nothing was announced. No law was declared. And yet over time it became clear that not all presences carried the same weight. Some were felt everywhere, shaping the world constantly. Others existed more quietly, influencing only certain corners of reality. This was the beginning of order among the gods, not through command, but through influence. Uranus remained the most overwhelming presence. As the sky, he touched everything. His reach was total. Every breath of air, every open space, every stretch of light belonged to him. He did not need to move to assert his position. His dominance came from scale. No other god was as vast or as unavoidable. Even when unseen, Uranus was felt. His presence pressed gently but endlessly upon the world, reminding all others of his permanence. Gaia, though equally ancient, held a different kind of power. Where Uranus ruled through distance and size, Gaia ruled through closeness. Every god, every force, every growing thing depended on her surface or her depths. She did not surround the world the way the sky did, but she supported it. Her strength was quiet, patient, and absolute. While Uranus covered all things from above, Gaia carried all things from below. Between them, Pontus existed without dominance or submission. The sea did not compete with sky or earth. It moved where it could, shaping what it touched and yielding where it could not. Pontus held power through persistence. Waves did not conquer the land in a single moment, but over endless time, they reshaped coastlines, carved stone, and altered boundaries. His influence was slow, but undeniable. Around these three foundational gods, others had taken shape. The Titans, born from the closeness of sky and earth, were numerous and varied. Some were closely tied to the structure of the world, while others represented more abstract forces. As they grew in presence, differences among them became more noticeable. Certain titans were felt strongly, their influence spreading widely. Others remained more limited, powerful in their own domains but rarely reaching beyond them. This natural imbalance created an unspoken hierarchy. No council met to decide it. No battle determined it. It formed simply because some gods affected more of reality than others. Those whose presence shaped large portions of the world were recognized, consciously or not, as more central. Those whose influence was narrower found themselves existing more quietly, watching rather than shaping. Time played an important role in this process. The gods did not experience time as humans would, but they were still shaped by long durations of existence. Over ages, patterns repeated. Certain presences consistently influenced outcomes. Certain forces always responded to the same situations. Through this repetition, identity became clearer. A god associated with stability remained stable. One tied to change remained unpredictable. These traits became expected, and expectation became structure. Uranus, despite his dominance, did not actively manage this order. He did not appoint leaders or assign roles. His concern remained fixed on maintaining stillness. To him, order meant no disruption. As long as the sky remained whole and uninterrupted, he considered the world balanced. This belief would later prove fragile, but for now, it defined his position. Gaia understood order differently. For her, balance did not mean stillness, but harmony. She felt the growing tension caused by suppressed forces within her. She sensed which titans were restless and which were content. Though she did not yet act, her awareness of imbalance marked her as a quiet center of change. While Uranus resisted movement, Gaia prepared for it, even if only in thought. Among the titans themselves, differences became more pronounced. Some were closely aligned with Uranus, favoring stability and control. Others felt closer to Gaia, drawn to growth, change, and release. These alignments were not alliances, but tendencies. No titan openly opposed another. No side was declared. But preference existed, and preference mattered. Certain titans stood out due to their strength and clarity of presence. They were not rulers, but they were noticed. Their influence extended beyond their immediate nature, affecting other gods and shaping the direction of events. Others remained in the background, essential but unseen, supporting the structure of reality without ever drawing attention. This uneven visibility created the first sense of dominance and obscurity among the gods. Being dominant did not mean being aggressive, it meant being unavoidable. Being obscure did not mean being weak, it meant being subtle. Both roles were necessary, but they were not equally valued. As this order took shape, interaction between the gods increased. They did not speak as humans do, but they responded to one another's presence. When a dominant force shifted slightly, others adjusted. When a quieter god withdrew, the world barely noticed, but the balance subtly changed. These interactions created a web of influence, tying all divine beings together. Despite this growing complexity, the world above remained calm. Mountains stood firm. Seas moved predictably. The sky stretched endlessly. To an outside observer, nothing appeared to be changing. But beneath the surface of existence, relationships were forming, strengthening and straining. The titans, especially those confined within Gaia, became increasingly aware of their position within this order. They understood, in their own way, that some among them were more favored by the current structure than others. This awareness did not yet turn into resentment, but it planted a seed. Knowing one's place is the first step toward questioning it. Gaia felt this awareness clearly. The titans within her were not silent stones. They were living forces, each with a nature and potential. Carrying them was no longer just an act of endurance. It was an emotional weight. She remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she began to consider the cost of endless stillness. Pontus observed these shifts with the patience of the sea. He had always understood cycles. High tide follows low tide, calm follows storm. Order follows change, and change follows order. To him, the growing imbalance among the gods was not a threat, but a sign. Something was preparing to move. Uranus, however, remained unchanged. His vastness made him slow to notice subtle shifts. He felt the presence of the Titans, but he did not truly see them as individuals. To him, they were disturbances in the space between sky and earth. His response remained the same: containment. As long as everything stayed pressed together, nothing could escape his control. This approach reinforced the existing order. Dominant gods remained dominant. Suppressed forces remained suppressed. Stability was preserved, but at the cost of tension. The world became like a tightly stretched surface, smooth and quiet, but vulnerable to tearing. By the end of this era, the structure among the gods was firmly in place. Uranus stood above all through sheer presence. Gaia supported all through endurance and hidden strength. Pontus flowed endlessly, shaping without ruling. The Titans existed beneath and between them, some closer to influence, others closer to obscurity. This order was not evil, nor was it unjust. It was simply incomplete. It favored stillness over growth, control over balance. And while it held the world together for a time, it could not last forever. Change does not announce itself. It waits. And within the quiet hierarchy of the gods, with some standing tall and others pressed deep into shadow, the conditions for transformation were fully formed. The universe had entered a new phase. No longer a place of simple existence, it had become a system. And systems, no matter how stable, always contain the possibility of breaking. As order slowly settled among the gods, something deeper began to form beneath the surface of existence. Power alone was no longer the only force shaping the divine world. The gods were not isolated presences anymore. They were close to one another, aware of one another, and influenced by one another in ways that went beyond simple balance. From this closeness came relationships, not friendships in the human sense, and not yet rivalries, but connections shaped by proximity, shared existence, and quiet tension. Uranus and Gaia remained at the center of everything. Their relationship defined the structure of the world itself. The sky pressed down endlessly upon the earth, and the earth held the sky above her without resistance. This closeness was constant and unavoidable. It was not chosen, and it could not be escaped. From their connection came all other divine presences, and so their bond was both creative and suffocating. To Gaia, this closeness was complex. She felt Uranus everywhere, always above her, always present. His presence brought stability, but it also brought weight. She could never move freely, never stretch beyond her role. Yet she also understood that without the sky, the world would feel incomplete. Her feelings were not resentment, but quiet strain. She carried life, space, and potential within her, and she felt the pressure of being unable to release it. Uranus experienced this relationship differently. From his vast perspective, Gaia was always beneath him, solid and reliable. He did not feel trapped. He felt secure. To him, their closeness meant order. The world was held together because nothing moved too far from its place. He did not sense Gaia's growing discomfort, not because he was cruel, but because his nature made him distant from such subtleties. Around them, the Titans began to develop their own connections. These relationships were shaped by similarity and contrast. Titans tied to stability naturally felt closer to Uranus. They valued stillness, repetition, and control. Those drawn to growth, change, and release felt closer to Gaia. They resonated with her patience and her hidden strength. Some Titans formed strong bonds simply by existing near one another. Their shared domains overlapped, and through this overlap came familiarity. Familiarity became comfort. Comfort became closeness. These connections did not require words or promises. They existed as steady awareness, a sense that another presence was always nearby. Other relationships were more distant. Some titans rarely interacted, their domains too separate to require connection. These gods were not enemies, but strangers. They existed in the same world without truly touching one another's influence. This distance created a quiet form of isolation, even among gods. Pontus, the sea, observed these developing relationships from the edges. He did not form close bonds in the same way. His nature kept him moving, always touching many things but staying with none for long. Still, his presence linked gods who might otherwise never have felt each other. Rivers carried the influence of Gaia into the sea. Storms carried the presence of Uranus across the waters. In this way, Pontus became a silent connector, binding the divine world together through motion. As time passed, some relationships grew stronger, while others grew strained. Titans confined within Gaia felt their closeness to one another intensify. Sharing the same space, carrying the same pressure, they became aware of each other's frustration. This shared experience created a quiet unity. They did not yet plan or rebel, but they understood one another. This unity contrasted sharply with their relationship to Uranus. To the Titans beneath the earth, the sky god was distant and unresponsive. His presence was felt constantly, but his understanding was absent. This imbalance planted the first seeds of tension. Not hatred, but disconnect. They existed because of him, yet they had no voice under his dominance. Gaia felt this tension more clearly with each passing age. Her closeness to her children was intimate and unavoidable. She felt their presence within her depths, their slow movement, their growing awareness. Her relationship with them was protective, but also painful. Carrying them without release tested even her immense endurance. At the same time, Gaia's connection to Uranus remained unchanged. He continued to press against her, covering her completely. Their relationship, once simply foundational, now felt restrictive. She did not seek separation, but she began to desire space. Space for growth. Space for change. Space for the world to breathe. Among the Titans, certain figures began to stand out through their interactions. Some were more observant, quietly watching the dynamics around them. Others were more reactive, feeling tension more sharply. These differences did not yet define roles, but they hinted at future paths. Relationships were shaping identity. There were moments of harmony as well. The gods were not in constant discomfort. Long stretches of time passed in calm coexistence. The world functioned smoothly. The sea moved. The earth held firm. The sky remained wide and open. During these periods, the gods experienced a shared stillness, a sense that everything was exactly as it should be. But harmony without movement can become fragile. Beneath the calm surface, unresolved tension remained. Relationships that never changed slowly became burdens. Closeness without choice became confinement. Distance without understanding became separation. Uranus, secure in his position, remained unaware of the shifting emotional landscape around him. His relationships were defined by structure, not feeling. To him, the gods existed in their proper places. He saw no reason to alter what had worked for so long. Stability was his highest value. Gaia, however, had begun to change. Her relationships forced her to see the cost of endless stillness. She did not yet act, but her awareness deepened. She understood that relationships, even divine ones, could not remain static forever. Growth required change, and change required disruption. Pontus continued his endless movement, offering a quiet reminder of this truth. Waves rose and fell without asking permission. Shores shifted slowly but surely. The sea demonstrated that motion did not destroy the world, it shaped it. As the era of the first gods continued, Relationships became the unseen force guiding the future. Not power, not strength, but connection. Who felt close to whom? Who felt confined? Who felt ignored? These emotional undercurrents, subtle as they were, carried more weight than any physical force. By the end of this period, the divine world was no longer just a system of roles and domains. It was a network of relationships, each one shaping the behavior and awareness of the gods involved. Nearness created unity. Distance created misunderstanding. Suppression created tension. Nothing had broken yet. No open conflict had emerged. But the bonds between the gods were tightening, pulling in different directions. The world was holding its breath, balanced between harmony and change. And in the quiet space between sky and earth, among gods bound together by closeness they did not choose, the future waited. The age of simple order was ending. The age of action was approaching, carried forward by relationships that could no longer remain unchanged. As time continued to stretch across the world, the presence of the first gods began to change the very nature of existence. The universe was no longer shaped only by vast foundational forces like sky, earth, and sea. From their closeness, from their tension, and from their long coexistence, new gods emerged. These were the Titans. They were not merely extensions of the world itself, but beings with clearer identities, stronger influence, and growing awareness. The Titans did not appear all at once. They came slowly, over long ages, each one forming as the world allowed it. Their origins were tied directly to the connection between Uranus and Gaia. The constant pressure of sky upon Earth and the endless patience of Earth beneath the sky created conditions where powerful new presences could take shape. These gods carried aspects of both their parents. They were vast, but not endless, powerful, but not absolute. Each Titan represented a different force that now mattered more than before. Time, memory, light, order, growth, and decay all gained clearer shape through them. These concepts had existed quietly in the background of the universe, but with the Titans, they became active influences. The world felt heavier, more complex, more alive. Gaia felt the birth of each Titan deeply. They were part of her, formed within her, connected to her substance. She sensed their power growing and their awareness sharpening. Unlike the earlier, quieter presences of the universe, the Titans felt intentional, even if they were not created by deliberate choice. They were no longer just part of the world. They were beginning to interact with it. Uranus reacted to the Titans with unease. To him they represented change, and change was something he did not welcome. The sky had once stretched freely over an open world, but now it felt crowded. The Titans filled the space between sky and earth with new influence. Their presence disrupted the stillness Uranus valued above all else. Instead of embracing this growth, Uranus responded by pressing closer to Gaia. He sought to maintain control through containment. Many of the Titans were forced to remain deep within the earth, unable to rise fully into the open world. They existed, but without freedom. Their power was real, but restricted. This act marked a turning point. Power in the universe was no longer balanced naturally. It was being managed, suppressed, and redirected. Uranus believed he was preserving order, but in reality, he was creating imbalance. The Titans, aware of their confinement, began to sense that the world was no longer fair. Among the Titans, differences quickly emerged. Some accepted their position quietly, adapting to the limits placed upon them. Others felt restless, their nature pushing against confinement. These restless Titans began to feel their strength more clearly. Power unused does not disappear, it gathers. Certain Titans stood out, even in this early stage. They were not leaders yet, but their presence felt heavier, more focused. They observed the structure of the divine world and recognized its weaknesses. They noticed that Uranus ruled through position rather than action. They saw that Gaia endured rather than resisted. From this understanding came the first sense that change was possible. The growing number of Titans altered the balance of the universe. Where once a few vast presences had shaped everything, now many powerful beings shared influence. This created overlap, friction, and competition. Even without open conflict, the world felt different. The air seemed heavier, the earth felt more crowded. The sea carried deeper currents. Pontus continued to move endlessly, touching the edges of this growing complexity. From the sea, additional divine forces emerged, quieter but no less important. These sea-born gods added to the richness of the world, representing depth, mystery, and the unknown. Their presence made the universe feel larger, even as it became more crowded. Gaia's role became increasingly difficult. She carried not only the physical world, but also the emotional weight of the Titans within her. She felt their frustration, their confusion, and their growing desire for space. Her patience, though immense, was not limitless. She began to understand that endurance alone could not sustain the world forever. Despite this, Gaia did not act rashly. She had existed since the earliest moments of the universe. She understood the danger of sudden change. Instead, she observed. She listened. She waited. Her strength was not in force, but in timing. Uranus, meanwhile, remained fixed in his approach. He did not see the Titans as individuals with needs and potential. To him, they were simply forces that needed to be controlled. His dominance came from being above all others, and he believed that position made him untouchable. This belief allowed tension to grow unchecked. The Titans continued to exist, continued to feel, continued to become more aware. Their confinement did not weaken them. It sharpened them. Power-denied expression does not fade. It concentrates. As the Titans grew in number, they began to sense one another more clearly. Shared confinement created shared understanding. They felt connected not only by origin but by experience. This connection did not yet become rebellion, but it formed the foundation for unity. Unity among powerful beings is never insignificant. The balance of the universe was shifting. The original simplicity of sky, earth, and sea had given way to a layered divine world. Relationships were more complex. Power was no longer evenly distributed. Authority was questioned, even if only quietly. The world itself responded to these changes. The earth shifted more often. The sea's depths grew darker. The sky felt heavier, more strained. These were not disasters, but signs. The universe was reacting to the tension among its gods. By the end of this era, the Titans had firmly established themselves as the next generation of divine power. They were no longer just potential, they were reality. Their existence changed everything. The world could no longer remain static, no matter how much Uranus desired it. Gaia understood this clearly. The birth of the Titans was not a mistake or a threat. It was a natural progression. The universe had grown, and its gods had grown with it. Trying to force the world back into stillness would only cause greater imbalance. Uranus, however, remained blind to this truth. His refusal to adapt set the stage for future conflict. Power had increased, but understanding had not. Balance had shifted, but control remained rigid. This combination was unstable. The age of simple order was over. The age of growing power had begun, and with it came the slow breakdown of the old balance. The Titans were no longer just children of sky and earth. They were forces in their own right, waiting for the moment when the world would finally change. That moment had not yet arrived, but it was closer than ever before. As the Titans continued to exist beneath the wide sky and within the steady earth, one presence among them began to feel different. This difference was not immediately visible, and it was not marked by greater strength or louder influence. Instead, it was defined by awareness. While other titans felt the imbalance of the world, this one understood it. While others experienced confinement as discomfort, he recognized it as a problem that could be solved. This titan was Cronus. Cronus did not rush. He did not struggle blindly against the limits placed upon him, he observed. He watched the structure of the divine world carefully, noticing patterns others ignored. He saw that Uranus ruled, not because he acted, but because he occupied a position that no one had yet challenged. The sky was above all things, and so Uranus believed himself untouchable. Cronus understood that this belief was not strength, but habit. Unlike many of his siblings, Cronus did not focus on the weight of confinement alone. He focused on its cause. He understood that the world was held in place by a single, unchanging relationship. The sky pressed endlessly upon the earth. As long as that relationship remained fixed, nothing beneath it could truly move or grow. Change, Cronus realized, would require separation. This realization marked the birth of a new concept among the gods. Until now, power had been passive. Gods existed, and the world adjusted around them. Cronus introduced something different. He imagined power as an action. Power could be used, it could be directed, it could reshape the structure of reality itself. This idea was dangerous, not because it was violent, but because it was intentional. Cronus did not speak openly of his thoughts. He did not declare rebellion or seek followers immediately. Instead, he allowed his awareness to deepen. He watched Uranus remain distant and unchanging. He watched Gaia endure in silence. He watched his fellow titans exist in quiet frustration. From these observations, his understanding grew stronger. Gaia, ever attentive to the movements within her, sensed this shift. She felt Cronus differently from the others. His presence was focused, deliberate. He did not merely react to his confinement, he examined it. Gaia recognized in him a potential she had not felt before. Not destruction, but transformation. For Gaia, Cronus represented possibility. She had endured Uranus's dominance for ages, believing that patience was her role. But through Cronus she began to see that patience alone could not heal imbalance. The world needed space. Her children needed release. And Uranus would never willingly allow that. Slowly and carefully, Gaia and Cronus formed a connection unlike any she had shared with her other children. It was not based on closeness or comfort, but on understanding. Gaia shared with Cronus her knowledge of the world's structure. She helped him see where the balance had broken and how it might be restored. Cronus listened. This was another new development. Gods had existed together before, but rarely had one listened to another with the intent to act. Through this exchange, the idea of control became clearer. Control was not domination for its own sake. It was the ability to change what had been fixed. Uranus remained unaware of these developments. His presence was still vast, his position still absolute. He believed that nothing beneath him could truly challenge the sky. His rule was not enforced by fear or loyalty, but by the assumption that it could not end. This assumption blinded him. Among the Titans, subtle shifts began to occur. Some felt drawn to Cronus without fully understanding why. His awareness resonated with their own frustration. Others remained distant, uncertain of change. The Titans were not united yet, but the possibility of unity was forming. Cronus did not rush this process. He understood that power taken too quickly could collapse under its own weight. True control required patience, timing, and precision. These qualities set him apart. Where Uranus valued stillness, Cronus valued timing. Where Gaia valued endurance, Cronus valued action at the right moment. The world itself seemed to respond to this growing focus. The air between sky and earth felt tighter, more charged. The earth held tension within its depths. Even the sea's rhythm seemed heavier, as if anticipating disruption. These were not signs of chaos, but of pressure reaching its limit. The concept of iktidar, true authority, was forming for the first time. Authority was no longer tied solely to position or origin. It was becoming tied to decision, to the willingness to act when others remained still. Cronus began to understand the cost of control as well. To reshape the world, something would have to be broken. Separation would bring freedom, but also loss. There could be no transformation without consequence. Unlike Uranus, who avoided change entirely, Cronus accepted this truth. Gaia supported him quietly. She did not command him to act, but she prepared him. She gave him knowledge, patience, and the tools he would need when the time came. Her support was not born of anger toward Uranus, but of necessity. The world could not remain compressed forever. Uranus, continuing in his unchanging presence, felt none of this preparation. He remained stretched across the sky, convinced that his dominance was natural and eternal. He did not understand that control based on immobility was already failing. As Cronus's awareness sharpened, so did his resolve. He no longer questioned whether change was necessary. He questioned only when and how it should happen. This distinction mattered. It marked the transition from thought to intention. The Titans, sensing this shift, grew more attentive. Some felt hope for the first time, others felt fear. Change, even when needed, is never comfortable. Cronus did not promise safety, he offered possibility. This era did not end with immediate action. There was no sudden uprising, no dramatic clash. Instead, it ended with certainty. The certainty that the world would not remain as it was. The certainty that the sky's endless dominance would one day be challenged. The certainty that power could be taken, not just endured. Cronus embodied this certainty. He was no longer just a titan among titans. He had become the symbol of control itself. Not yet a ruler, not yet a conqueror, but the first god to truly imagine authority as something that could change hands. The universe stood at the edge of transformation. The age of passive existence had given way to the age of intention, and at its center stood Cronus, calm, patient, and ready. The sky had not fallen yet, but for the first time it could. For ages beyond counting, the sky had never moved. Uranus stretched endlessly above all things, vast and constant, pressing his presence upon the world below. His rule was not enforced by action or command, but by weight. He existed everywhere above, and so nothing beneath him imagined a different order. The sky did not fall because it had never been challenged, until intention entered the world. Cronus did not act in anger nor in haste. By the time the moment approached, his resolve was already complete. The idea of control had settled within him fully, no longer a question, no longer a thought experiment. It was necessity. The world could not breathe. The earth could not expand. The Titans could not truly exist. Uranus's endless dominance had become a cage. Gaia felt the pressure most deeply. She had carried the sky upon her for ages, enduring his weight in silence. She had given life again and again, only to feel her children pushed back into her depths. The pain was not sharp, but constant, unrelenting. Through Cronus, she saw an end to this suffering, not through destruction, but through separation. This distinction mattered. Gaia did not seek the annihilation of Uranus. She sought distance, space, a break in what had been fused for too long, and Cronus understood this perfectly. He did not desire chaos. He desired structure that could change. The moment did not arrive with thunder or warning. Uranus, confident in his unchallenged position, descended as he always had. His presence covered the world, heavy and familiar. To him, this was routine. The sky had always returned to the earth, and the earth had always endured. But this time, something waited. Cronus stood firm, grounded in Gaia's strength. He was no longer merely her son. He was her will-given form. In his grasp was the tool she had prepared, not as a symbol of violence, but of division, a tool designed to separate what had been inseparable. Uranus sensed change too late. For the first time, resistance met the sky. The act itself was swift, but its meaning was immense. Cronus did not strike wildly. He acted with precision, intention guiding every movement. In that moment, the sky was forced to yield. Uranus, embodiment of endless dominance, was cut away from the earth he had pressed upon for ages. The separation was not gentle. The sky recoiled, stunned by a sensation it had never known: limitation, distance, loss of immediate control. Uranus's presence was torn upward, away from Gaia, away from the Titans, away from the world he had assumed would always be beneath him. The sound was not one of destruction, but of release. As the sky pulled back, space rushed into existence. Air filled the gap where pressure had once ruled. Light spread differently, no longer filtered through constant closeness. For the first time, the world felt open. Gaia breathed. The Titans felt it immediately. The crushing presence that had defined their existence lifted. They were no longer forced inward. They could stand, stretch, exist without resistance. Some felt relief so overwhelming it bordered on pain. Others felt fear, as the certainty of the old order vanished. Uranus, now distant, understood what had been taken from him. His authority had not been destroyed, but it had been broken. He was no longer everywhere above. He was no longer unavoidable. For the first time, the sky was simply the sky, not an unchallengeable force. His voice carried across the new space, filled with fury and disbelief. He had ruled by assumption, and that assumption had failed him. He cursed the act, not only because of the pain, but because it revealed his vulnerability. Cronus did not respond. He did not need to. The fall of Uranus was not about victory in battle, it was about the end of inevitability. The world had changed in a single decisive moment, proving that even the most ancient structures could be altered. The consequences rippled outward immediately. The separation of sky and earth reshaped reality itself. Boundaries became real, directions gained meaning. Above and below were no longer abstract concepts but lived experience. The universe gained depth in a way it never had before. Gaia, now free from Uranus's constant weight, began to change. Her surface stabilized, her depths settled. Life could move outward instead of being pressed inward. The earth was no longer only a container, it became a foundation. Cronus stood at the center of this transformation, but he did not celebrate. He understood the cost of what he had done. Uranus was not gone. The sky still existed, vast and powerful. And with separation came tension. Distance creates conflict as much as it creates freedom. The Titans gathered, drawn by the magnitude of the moment. For the first time, they saw one of their own stand above the old order. Cronus was no longer just a brother. He was the one who had acted when no one else dared. This recognition marked the beginning of a new hierarchy. Authority shifted subtly, but unmistakably. Cronus did not declare himself ruler, yet his position was clear. He had done what no god had done before. He had changed the structure of existence itself. Power now had a face, a will, a name. Uranus, wounded in pride and presence, retreated fully into the heights of the sky. From there he could still watch, still influence, but no longer dominate directly. His curse lingered, a reminder that fallen power does not disappear quietly. The world adjusted slowly. Storms moved differently. The light of the heavens shifted. The rhythms of earth and sea found new balance. These were not signs of chaos, but of recalibration. The universe was learning how to exist with space. Cronus began to feel the weight of leadership settle upon him. Control was no longer an idea, it was responsibility. The Titans looked to him not only for strength, but for direction. The act that freed them also bound him to them. Gaia watched her son carefully. She had helped create this moment, but she understood its danger. Power gained through action must be maintained through wisdom. Cronus had proven he could change the world. Now he would have to live within the consequences of that change. The fall of the sky marked the end of the primordial age. The universe was no longer shaped only by existence. It was shaped by decisions, by choices made with intention and force. Uranus's reign had ended not in destruction, but in displacement. And in that displacement, a new era began. Cronus stood beneath the open sky, no longer pressed down, no longer confined. Above him, the heavens stretched farther than before. Below him, the earth stood firm and receptive. Between them, space existed for the first time. The world could now grow. But growth always carries risk. The sky had fallen, but its shadow remained. And the one who had brought it down now stood at the threshold of true rule, unaware that control, once taken, is never easily released. After the fall of the sky, the world did not rush forward. It settled. The great change that had torn sky from earth did not immediately bring noise or chaos. Instead, it created a long pause, a deep breath, taken by existence itself. This pause became an era, an age defined not by sudden events, but by endurance. This was the age of the Titans. Cronus stood at its center, not as a conqueror shouting his claim, but as a presence that could not be ignored. His authority was understood rather than declared. The Titans did not gather beneath banners or thrones. They gathered around stability, and Cronus, having altered the structure of the universe, represented that stability. The sky remained above, distant and vast. Uranus no longer pressed himself upon the world, yet his influence lingered. He watched from afar, silent but unforgotten. His absence allowed the earth to exist as more than a burden-bearer. Gaia, now free, became expansive. Her surface grew calm. Her depths became ordered. She was no longer only a source of birth and pain, but of continuity. The Titans spread across this newly structured world. They did not rule in the way later gods would. There were no temples, no prayers, no laws carved into stone. Their presence was woven directly into reality. Mountains rose where Titans lingered. Seas deepened where their thoughts grew heavy. Time itself slowed under their influence. This was not a violent age, nor was it gentle, it was steady. Each Titan embodied a fundamental aspect of existence, though these aspects were not sharply defined. Boundaries were still soft. Power was not yet specialized. One Titan's influence often bled into another's. This overlap created balance, but also quiet tension. Cronus oversaw this balance carefully. He understood that the world, newly freed, was fragile. Too much force could collapse what he had created. Too little direction could allow chaos to seep in. Control, in this age, was subtle. It was not enforced through fear, but through presence and consequence. The Titans respected him, but not blindly. They were ancient beings, born of earth and sky, shaped by forces older than will. Some admired Cronus for his action. Others feared him for the same reason. If the sky could fall, what else could be undone? Time moved differently during the Titan Age. Days and nights existed, but they carried less urgency. Seasons shifted slowly, sometimes over spans that would later be counted as generations. Growth was patient. Decay was gradual. Nothing hurried toward an end. Life, in its earliest forms, began to take shape beneath the Titans' watch. Not yet humans, not yet creatures of thought, but patterns of movement, rhythm, repetition. The world was learning how to sustain itself without constant divine pressure. Cronus observed all of this with quiet intensity. He did not interfere often. When he did, it was precise. A shift here, a correction there. His rule was defined by restraint as much as authority. He had learned from Uranus's failure. Endless dominance suffocates what it seeks to control. Yet beneath this calm, something subtle began to form. Power, once taken, does not remain static. It asks to be maintained. Cronus felt this demand grow slowly, like a constant pressure behind his thoughts. He had removed the sky's tyranny, but now he stood where the sky once stood, above others, essential, unavoidable. This awareness did not yet trouble him deeply. The age of the Titans was long, and its early years were marked by cooperation. Bonds formed between Titans, not only of purpose, but of closeness. They existed together in ways that blurred the line between unity and dependence. Relationships among the Titans were complex. There was no clear hierarchy beyond Cronus, yet influence varied. Some Titans were expansive. Their presence felt across wide stretches of the world. Others were inward, shaping hidden processes beneath the surface. All were necessary. The earth and sea reached a quiet understanding. The boundaries between land and water stabilized. Shorelines formed and held. Depths grew darker and more mysterious. Above, the sky remained distant, its movements slower, more predictable. Gaia watched her children carefully. She had seen one order fall and another rise. She understood that no era lasts forever. The calm of the Titan Age was real, but it was not eternal. Balance achieved through power alone is always temporary. Cronus began to sense the weight of succession, though he did not yet name it. He had overthrown one ruler. The thought that another might someday rise against him flickered at the edges of his awareness. He dismissed it, not out of arrogance, but necessity. A ruler cannot hesitate endlessly. To ensure stability, Cronus strengthened his position quietly, not through conquest, but through connection. Alliances deepened. The Titans' interdependence increased. The world itself became more tightly bound to his rule. This binding brought order, but also rigidity. The age of the Titans reached its height in this state, calm, vast, and heavy with permanence. Nothing dramatic happened for long stretches of time. That was its defining feature. It was an age meant to last, an age that believed itself complete. But still, beneath the surface, change gathered. The Titans, though powerful, were not static. Their closeness produced new forms of existence. The world, now structured and stable, became capable of supporting more complex beings. The conditions for something new were slowly assembling. Cronus sensed this potential and watched it with guarded interest. Creation had once been uncontrolled. Now it was measured. He believed this was wisdom. He believed this was progress. Above all, he believed the world was safe. The silence of Uranus continued, heavy and unresolved. The sky did not challenge the Titans, but neither did it forgive. Distance does not erase memory. It only delays confrontation. As the Titan Age stretched on, its calm became so complete that it began to feel unchangeable. This illusion of permanence was its greatest strength and its greatest weakness. The universe had learned order, but it had not learned restraint. And somewhere within that order, the seeds of a new conflict were quietly taking root. The age of the Titans was not loud. It did not announce its beginning or its end. It existed as a long, deep note held across existence. Heavy, enduring, seemingly endless. But even the longest note must eventually fade. And when it did, it would not be replaced by silence. The age of the Titans did not end with noise or collapse. It began to change quietly, almost politely, as if the universe itself hesitated before taking its next step. Nothing shattered, no throne fell, yet something unfamiliar entered the world, and once it did, it could not be ignored. The first sign was not rebellion, it was contrast. The Titans had shaped existence through weight and endurance. Their presence was vast, slow, and deeply rooted. But the new generation that began to appear felt different. Lighter, sharper, more focused. Where the Titans spread outward, these new beings seemed to gather inward, concentrating power rather than diffusing it. Cronus sensed this shift before he understood it. At first, the births seemed ordinary by divine standards. Life emerging from life. Continuation following continuity. This had happened before. Gaia herself was proof of it. But these births carried a different quality. The world responded to them more quickly. The air moved. Light shifted. Space seemed to recognize them immediately. These were not titans. They were something else. The first of them arrived quietly, wrapped in the same slow rhythm that governed the Titan Age. Yet even in infancy, their presence altered the space around them. The world did not bend under their weight. Instead, it adjusted, as if preparing itself for motion rather than stability. Cronus observed carefully. He told himself that change was natural, that the world must grow, that control did not mean stagnation. Still, a tension settled behind his thoughts, subtle but persistent. The Titans noticed it too. These new beings did not linger in one place. They moved, they explored, they interacted with the world rather than simply existing within it. Where Titans embodied forces, these children seemed inclined to act upon them. Fire responded more readily. Wind shifted with purpose. The boundaries between land, sea, and sky felt less rigid in their presence, as if remembering the time before strict separation. The world, long accustomed to heaviness, was learning agility. Cronus began to understand the threat not in terms of strength, but in terms of difference. The Titans ruled through being. These new gods ruled through intention. That distinction carried enormous consequences. As more of them were born, patterns emerged. They were not identical, but they shared a certain clarity. Each seemed drawn toward a specific aspect of existence, not broadly, but precisely. Light, movement, growth, conflict, desire, these concepts found sharper expression through them. The Titans, by contrast, had always overlapped. Their domains were vast and shared. This new generation did not overlap easily. They defined, they separated, they named. Naming, Cronus realized, was dangerous. To name something is to claim it, to give it boundaries, to say where it begins and where it ends. The Titans had ruled an unnamed world, one that flowed and blended. These children threatened to carve it into pieces. A quiet unease spread among the older gods. Cronus felt it most sharply. His rule depended on balance, on slow movement, on a world that could be held together through careful restraint. The presence of beings who moved quickly, who acted decisively, introduced unpredictability. And unpredictability undermines control. Whispers began to circulate, not spoken aloud, but felt. Ideas passed through glances, pauses, moments of shared silence. The new generation might not challenge the Titans openly. They might not even intend to. But intention was not required. Their existence alone was enough. The sky, distant and silent, seemed to watch with renewed interest. Cronus sought reassurance in structure. He reminded himself that he had overthrown Uranus, not out of fear, but necessity. He had improved the world. He had brought order. These children, whatever they became, were born into a system he controlled. Yet control is never absolute. As the Olympian generation grew, their personalities began to emerge. They were curious. They asked questions the Titans never had. Why things were as they were. Why the sky remained distant. Why power was distributed unevenly. Why Cronus ruled. These questions were not accusations. But questions do not need hostility to be dangerous. The Titans did not ask such things. They accepted the structure of existence as it was. The Olympians did not. Cronus felt a tightening within himself. The same awareness that had driven him to act against Uranus now turned inward. He recognized the pattern with uncomfortable clarity. Power creates opposition simply by existing long enough. This realization did not make him cruel, it made him cautious. He began to watch the new gods more closely, their interactions, their growth, the way they influenced the world around them. He noted how easily they adapted, how quickly they learned. These were not traits he associated with stability. Gaia watched as well, her expression unreadable. She had seen this cycle before, creation giving way to succession, order giving birth to challenge. She did not interfere. She never had. Her role was to allow, not to decide. The Titans attempted to integrate the Olympians into their world. They offered guidance, protection, space to exist. Some connections formed naturally. Others remained strained. The difference in nature was too great to ignore. The Olympians did not fear the Titans, but neither did they revere them. Respect existed, but it was conditional. It depended on behavior, not age or origin. This subtle shift unsettled the Titan order. Cronus felt the first true threat not in rebellion, but in indifference, the possibility that his authority might one day be seen as optional, that the world could imagine itself without him. Fear, when it finally arrived, was quiet. It did not scream. It did not demand immediate action. It settled into Cronus's thoughts and remained there, heavy and persistent. He remembered Uranus's fall. He remembered the moment when inevitability failed. He would not allow that to happen again. The idea of fate began to take shape around this time, not as prophecy carved in stone, but as a growing sense that events moved toward certain outcomes regardless of intention. The birth of the Olympians felt like one such movement, something the universe had been preparing for long before anyone noticed. Cronus resisted this idea instinctively. Fate suggests limitation, and limitation threatens control. He began to consider measures, not out of malice but preservation. The Titan Age had been hard-won. It had brought stability after chaos. He believed sincerely that losing it would undo everything he had achieved. The Olympians, unaware of these thoughts, continued to grow. Their presence brightened certain aspects of the world. Motion increased. Change became more frequent. The slow rhythms of the Titan Age began to accelerate. The world itself seemed to lean toward them. This was the final confirmation Cronus needed. The universe responds to power, and it was responding to the new generation more eagerly than to the old, not because the Titans were weak, but because their time was passing. Cronus stood at the center of this realization, burdened by it. He had once been the new force, the one who challenged stagnation. Now he was the structure being challenged. The irony did not escape him. The birth of the Olympians did not end the Titan Age immediately. That end would come later, through action and consequence. But the seed of conflict was now planted firmly within existence. The world had learned movement. And movement, once learned, cannot be unlearned. The Titans remained powerful. Cronus remained ruler. But beneath the calm surface of the age, tension coiled, patient and inevitable. The new generation had arrived. And with them, the future began to press against the present. The rise of Zeus did not begin with thunder. It began with absence. While the world slowly adjusted to the presence of the new generation, one child did not grow beneath Cronus's watchful gaze. Zeus entered existence quietly, hidden from the center of power, removed from the heavy rhythm of the Titan Age. His early life unfolded far from the structures that defined rule, fear, and control. This distance mattered more than anyone realized at the time. Cronus's fear had already taken shape by the moment Zeus was born. It was no longer a vague unease, but a sharp awareness that the future was moving toward him, whether he allowed it or not. The birth of each new god felt like a tightening of the world, a narrowing of possibilities. Zeus represented the final confirmation of what Cronus feared most, that succession was not an idea, but a process already in motion. And so Zeus was removed. Not destroyed, not challenged, simply kept away. The world beyond Cronus's reach was quieter, less structured. It carried remnants of the older, looser existence, where forces had not yet been named or divided. In this space, Zeus grew without the weight of authority pressing down on him. He was not shaped by rule, but by observation. He watched the world rather than controlling it. This gave him a perspective no Titan possessed. Where Cronus understood power as something to be held firmly, Zeus began to understand it as something that moved. The wind did not dominate the land, yet it shaped it. Light did not rule darkness, yet it defined it. Zeus absorbed these patterns naturally, without needing to articulate them. He grew quickly, but not recklessly. His strength did not announce itself loudly. It settled into him gradually, like a deep current forming beneath calm water. Those around him sensed it instinctively. Animals quieted in his presence. The air seemed to respond to his moods. The sky itself appeared more attentive. Yet Zeus did not command these responses. He noticed them. This distinction marked the beginning of his rise. Meanwhile, Cronus ruled on, tightening his control with every passing cycle. His actions were measured, but increasingly driven by fear. The Titans remained loyal, yet their unity began to feel enforced rather than natural. The Olympians, growing in number and awareness, felt the weight of limitation more clearly with each passing age. Questions became more frequent. Why must power remain fixed? Why must the world stay frozen in one arrangement? Why should fear guide rule? Cronus heard these questions even when they were not spoken. Zeus, distant from this tension, was free to develop without it. His mind remained open. He did not inherit fear directly. Instead, he inherited curiosity. Where Cronus saw threats, Zeus saw patterns. Where Cronus saw danger, Zeus saw imbalance. The idea of leadership formed differently within him. He did not imagine himself as a ruler above others. He imagined movement, coordination, flow. A world where forces worked together rather than being locked into rigid positions. This was not rebellion, it was vision. As Zeus matured, his presence began to extend beyond his immediate surroundings. Storms gathered more easily, the sky shifted with greater responsiveness. These were not acts of dominance, they were signs of alignment. The elements recognized something familiar in him. Uranus, distant but ever aware, felt this recognition first. The sky had been wounded once, it would not forget the hand that struck it. Yet in Zeus, Uranus sensed something different. Not a force seeking to dominate the heavens, but one that understood them. This understanding created an unspoken connection, subtle but powerful. Gaia sensed it too. She had seen generations rise and fall, structures form and collapse. Zeus did not resemble Uranus in his overwhelming presence, nor Cronus in his controlling nature. He carried a balance she had not seen since the earliest days of existence. Still, Gaia did not intervene. She never forced outcomes, she allowed them to unfold. Zeus's rise remained quiet. He did not march toward power. He did not declare intent. Instead, others began to gravitate toward him naturally. Lesser beings felt safer in his presence. Other young gods found clarity near him. Even silence seemed to settle more comfortably around him. This growing influence did not go unnoticed. Cronus began to feel disturbances he could not immediately explain. The world responded less predictably. Storms behaved differently. The sky seemed more active, less distant. These were subtle shifts, but Cronus was sensitive to such changes. He had built his rule on stability. Any deviation mattered. Whispers reached him eventually. Not accusations, not declarations of challenge. Simply mention of a presence beyond his control. A god growing outside the Titan order. A force not bound by his authority. The name Zeus began to circulate. Cronus did not react immediately. He had learned patience. He understood that fear-driven action had consequences. Instead, he watched. He sought information. He tried to measure the threat not through emotion, but through observation. What unsettled him most was not Zeus's power, but his restraint. Zeus did not seek allies aggressively. He did not rally opposition. He simply existed, and existence aligned with him. This kind of influence could not be easily countered. It was not built on loyalty that could be broken, but on harmony. Cronus remembered Uranus too late, remembering how inevitability had failed. Still, no war came. The Titans remained in place. Cronus maintained control. The Olympians continued to grow within the limits imposed upon them. Zeus remained distant, developing in parallel rather than in opposition. The tension grew precisely because nothing happened. The world existed in a state of suspended change. Everyone felt it, but no one named it openly. The universe itself seemed to wait, holding its breath. Zeus began to understand his position more clearly. He recognized that his existence alone was altering the balance. He did not yet desire confrontation. He was not driven by revenge or ambition. But he understood that balance required adjustment. He did not seek to overthrow the Titans immediately. He sought understanding first, of the world, of power, of fear. He observed Cronus's rule from afar, recognizing both its strengths and its flaws. Zeus did not hate Cronus. This fact would later matter greatly. The rise of Zeus, then, was not marked by banners or battles. It was marked by awareness, by the slow alignment of forces around a new center of gravity, by the quiet realization that the world was preparing itself for movement. The Titan Age still stood, Cronus still ruled, but the future now had a shape, and that shape was becoming clearer with each passing cycle. Zeus did not yet lift his hand against anyone. He waited, he learned, he listened. And in that waiting, his power grew more refined, more focused, more inevitable. The storm had not broken, but the air was changing. The Great War did not begin with a single cry or a sudden clash. It arrived slowly, like a change in weather that everyone senses long before the first sign appears. The world had been holding tension for ages, and when it finally released, it did so without haste. Titanomachy began as a shift. The air grew heavier, not with fear but with inevitability. The sky seemed closer, more attentive. The earth felt awake beneath every step. The sea, once calm and patient, began to move with a deeper rhythm, as if remembering an older restlessness. Nothing rushed, everything prepared. Zeus did not announce war. He simply stepped forward. That step was enough. The Titans felt it immediately. A line had been crossed, not physically, but conceptually. The balance that had defined the Titan Age finally tipped. Cronus, standing at the center of his long-held order, understood in that quiet moment that waiting was no longer possible. He did not shout commands. He did not call the Titans to arms with fury. Instead, he gathered them as he always had, through presence, through gravity, through the shared understanding that the world they ruled was being challenged. The war formed itself. On one side stood the Titans, ancient and vast, their powers slow and immense. They did not move quickly, but when they did, the world responded. Mountains trembled, not from blows, but from shifts in divine weight. The earth itself seemed to brace for impact. On the other side stood Zeus and those who aligned with him. The Olympians did not mirror the Titans' mass. They carried something different: precision, speed, adaptability. Their power moved through the world rather than pressing down upon it. The first clashes were almost gentle. A wave rose higher than it should have, meeting stone that refused to break. Wind coiled around itself, testing boundaries. Light flickered, not blinding, but insistent. These were not strikes meant to destroy. They were probes, feeling out the shape of opposition. Cronus watched Zeus closely. He did not see hatred in him. He did not see cruelty. What he saw unsettled him more deeply: clarity. Zeus moved with purpose that did not waver. He did not fight emotionally. He fought as if aligning the world with something it already wanted to become. The Titans responded as they always had, with endurance. They absorbed blows rather than avoiding them. They stood firm where others would retreat. Their power was rooted in permanence. But permanence, when challenged by motion, begins to crack slowly, almost politely, before it breaks. The battles spread across the world without chaos. Each clash felt contained, deliberate. The sea rose and fell in long, measured movements. The sky darkened, not in rage, but in focus. Thunder rolled softly at first, like a distant memory returning. Zeus did not dominate the battlefield. He coordinated it. He moved between forces, adjusting, redirecting, listening. He allowed others to act, to shine, to fail and recover. This approach confused the Titans. They were accustomed to centralized authority, to power emanating from a single source. Here, power flowed. Cronus struck when he did so with full force. Each movement carried the weight of ages. When he acted, the world paused to accommodate him. His blows were not fast, but they were unavoidable. Entire regions shifted under his presence. Zeus did not meet him head-on at first. He let the world respond instead. Storms formed where pressure built. Lightning did not fall randomly. It followed paths of imbalance, seeking release. The sky itself seemed to participate, not as a ruler, but as an ally. Uranus watched from above, silent. This war reopened old wounds. The sky remembered the moment it had been forced upward, separated from the earth. Now it observed a conflict born from that separation. It did not intervene directly, but its presence was felt. The heavens leaned closer, attentive, waiting. The Titanomachy stretched on. Time lost its usual meaning. Days blurred into long periods of tension and release. The world adapted even as it was reshaped. Valleys formed, where power pressed too long. Peaks rose where resistance held firm. Despite the scale of conflict, there was an odd calm to it. No screaming masses, no endless pursuit. The gods fought with understanding. Each side recognized the stakes clearly. This was not annihilation, this was transition. Cronus began to tire. Not physically, conceptually. Every act of control required effort. Every attempt to hold the world in its old shape met subtle resistance. Zeus's influence did not oppose directly. It restructured. It offered alternatives. It allowed forces to move rather than restraining them. This was the true challenge. Cronus had once overthrown Uranus to free the world from suffocation. Now he found himself defending a structure that had grown rigid under his rule. The realization came slowly, painfully. He was no longer the force of change. The Titans fought on, loyal and resolute. Their unity was impressive, their endurance unmatched. But cracks appeared, not in their strength, but in their coordination. Their power overlapped too much, collided with itself. The Olympians slipped through these gaps, adapting constantly. Zeus finally faced Cronus directly when the moment demanded it. Their meeting was not explosive. It was heavy. The air thickened, sound softened. Even the sea stilled, as if unwilling to interfere. Two eras stood facing each other, neither fully wrong, neither fully right. Cronus struck with certainty born of history. Zeus answered with movement shaped by the present. The clash did not shatter the world. It resonated through it, sending ripples that would be felt long after the war ended. Zeus did not seek to humiliate Cronus. He sought resolution. This distinction mattered. The battle reached its turning point, not through a single decisive blow, but through accumulation. Each moment where Zeus's approach proved more effective. Each instance where adaptation outpaced endurance. Slowly, the balance shifted. The Titans began to yield ground. Not in defeat, but in recognition. The world no longer responded to them as it once had. It leaned toward motion, toward flexibility, toward a future that could change. Cronus felt it clearly at last. The age he had built had reached its limit. The Titanomachy did not end in silence or sudden collapse. It wound down, like a storm losing strength after reshaping the landscape. thunder softened, the sky brightened. The earth settled into its new contours. The Titans were not erased, they were displaced, removed from the center of rule, not destroyed. Their power remained, but it no longer defined the structure of the world. Zeus stood where the storm had passed, calm and steady. He did not celebrate. He did not claim victory loudly. He understood what had been lost, as well as what had been gained. The world exhaled. The Great War had ended, not with finality, but with transition. One order gave way to another, not through annihilation, but through exhaustion and evolution. The age of the Titans faded into memory. And in its place, something lighter, faster, and more dynamic began to take shape. The Olympian age had begun. Quietly. When the Great War finally loosened its grip on the world, silence followed. Not the empty kind, but a deep, settling silence, like the moment after a long storm when the air still feels charged but calm. The fall of the Titans did not arrive as a sudden ending. It unfolded gradually, as reality adjusted to a new balance it had never known before. The Titans did not disappear in an instant. Their presence faded from the center of the world, slowly, deliberately, as if the universe itself needed time to accept the change. These were not ordinary beings who could simply vanish. They were woven into the foundations of existence. Removing them required patience. Zeus understood this. Victory to him did not mean erasing what came before. It meant repositioning it. The Titans, once the pillars of reality, were now guided away from the surface of the world. Some were bound within deep places, far from light and motion, not as punishment, but as containment. Their power remained vast, but it was no longer allowed to shape daily existence. It became background force rather than active rule. Cronus's fall marked the true end of the Titan Age. He was not destroyed. Destruction would have been too simple, too final. Instead, he was removed from the flow of time as it was now unfolding. His rule ended not with humiliation, but with stillness. The weight he had carried for ages was lifted from him, and in its place came silence. The world responded almost immediately. Mountains that had risen under Titan pressure softened their edges. Valleys deepened gently, as if learning to hold space rather than resist it. The seas, once driven by vast, slow movements, began to follow more complex patterns. Tides formed, currents shifted, the water learned rhythm. The sky changed as well. No longer burdened by the tension of endless conflict, it became clearer, more responsive. Light moved differently across the world, touching land and sea with greater precision. Storms still formed, but they no longer lingered unnecessarily. They arrived, passed through, and moved on. This was the beginning of order through motion. Zeus did not rush to claim absolute authority. He understood that the world, having just endured immense transformation, required gentleness. Control applied too quickly would only repeat the mistakes of the past. Instead, he allowed the world to settle, to find its own balance within the new structure. The Olympians took their places gradually. They did not replace the Titans in function, but reinterpreted their roles. Where the Titans embodied vast overlapping forces, the Olympians refined them. They gave shape and boundary to concepts that had once been diffuse. This refinement made the world more navigable, more responsive to change. Order began to emerge not through dominance but through clarity. Gaia watched this process closely. She felt the relief of reduced pressure, the freedom of movement across her surface and within her depths. Life responded eagerly. New patterns of growth appeared. Stability no longer meant stillness, it meant resilience. The reordering of the world was not a single act, it was a continuous adjustment. Zeus worked with this rhythm instinctively. He did not impose law suddenly. He listened. He observed where tension remained, where imbalance threatened to return. His actions were measured, almost quiet. The thunder associated with him remained restrained, a reminder rather than a threat. The Olympians learned to cooperate in ways the Titans never had. Their interactions were dynamic. They negotiated, adapted, sometimes clashed, but always within a framework that allowed for resolution. Conflict no longer meant endless pressure. It became a process with an end. This change reached even the deepest layers of existence. Time itself began to flow more clearly. Before, it had felt stretched, almost stagnant under Titan rule. Now it moved forward with intention. Moments mattered. Change accumulated meaningfully. The fall of the Titans created space not only physically but conceptually. Ideas could evolve. Relationships could shift. The future became something that could differ from the past. This frightened some beings. Not all welcomed the new order immediately. The Titan Age had been predictable, heavy but reliable. The Olympian Age promised movement, which always carries uncertainty. Zeus acknowledged this resistance without suppressing it. He allowed memory to exist alongside progress. The Titans, now distant, became part of the world's deeper structure. Their presence could still be felt in the solidity of stone, the depth of oceans, the slow pulse beneath the earth. They were no longer rulers, but foundations. Cronus's legacy lingered most strongly. Control had shaped the world for ages, and traces of that philosophy remained. Zeus did not erase it entirely. He understood that order requires structure. What he rejected was rigidity. The new world would be structured, but flexible. This principle guided the reorganization of divine influence. Boundaries were drawn carefully. Domains were established not to isolate power, but to prevent overwhelming overlap. Each Olympian learned where their influence began and where it ended. This allowed balance to persist without constant enforcement. The sky, now fully integrated into this system, regained a sense of purpose. No longer a distant ruler or wounded observer, it became a participant. Weather followed patterns shaped by interaction rather than dominance. The earth responded with renewed vitality. Rivers formed clear paths. Forests grew with intention. Life diversified, adapting quickly to the new rhythms. The sea, once deep and heavy with Titan presence, became layered. Surface and depth developed distinct personalities. Calm and storm learned coexistence. Zeus began to establish a center for this new order. Not a fortress, not a throne built on fear, but a place of gathering. A space where the Olympians could meet, observe, and coordinate. This center was elevated, not to dominate, but to see clearly. From there, the world could be understood as a whole rather than as isolated parts. This marked the quiet birth of a new age. The fall of the Titans was complete not when the last conflict ended, but when the world stopped expecting their return. When reality adjusted so fully that the old order felt distant, almost mythic. Yet Zeus did not forget them. He understood that every age is built upon the one before it. The Olympian world rested on Titan foundations, which in turn rested on primordial forces even older. Respect for this lineage shaped his rule. The world, now reordered, felt lighter. Not fragile, not weak, but capable of change without collapse. This was the greatest achievement of the transition, a reality that could bend and recover rather than break. As silence settled more comfortably across existence, a new kind of calm emerged. Not the heavy stillness of the Titan Age, but a living calm, one that allowed movement within it. The fall of the Titans was not an erasure. It was a repositioning. And from that repositioning, the world found a new way to exist. The Olympian Age had truly begun, not with triumph, but with careful reconstruction. The storm had passed. The world stood reshaped, breathing steadily, ready for stories that would no longer be carved only in stone, but lived through action, choice, and change. The end of the Great War did not immediately give birth to celebration. There were no sudden proclamations, no loud declarations of victory. What followed was quieter, slower, and far more important. The world, newly freed from the weight of the Titans, needed structure. Not the heavy, unchanging structure of the past, but something lighter, something that could hold balance without freezing it in place. This need gave rise to Olympus. Olympus was not created in a single moment. It did not appear fully formed, carved from stone by divine hands. Instead, it emerged gradually, shaped by necessity rather than ambition. The Olympian gods gathered not because they were ordered to, but because they required a place where the new order could be observed, discussed, and guided. The mountain that would become Olympus already existed. It had always existed, rising quietly above the land, distant enough to feel separate, yet close enough to remain connected. Its height offered perspective rather than dominance. From there, the world could be seen as a whole, not as fragments in conflict. Zeus chose this place carefully. He understood that rule did not need constant presence. It needed clarity. Olympus became a point of alignment, not a seat of oppression. It stood above the world, but not against it. The gods arrived slowly. Each came with their own nature, their own tendencies, shaped by the aftermath of the Titanomachy. There was caution among them. The memory of conflict was still fresh. Power had proven dangerous when left unchecked, and none wished to repeat the mistakes of the previous age. Olympus formed first as a gathering place, not a hierarchy. Discussions replaced decrees. Observation replaced command. The gods learned one another's strengths and limits through presence rather than confrontation. This process took time. The new order could not be forced into existence any more than the old one could be erased instantly. Zeus did not claim absolute authority at once. Though his role as leader was clear, he resisted the urge to centralize power fully. He had learned from Cronus's downfall. Control that becomes too rigid eventually suffocates the world it seeks to protect. Instead, Zeus allowed roles to emerge organically. Some gods gravitated naturally towards certain aspects of existence. The sky responded most clearly to Zeus himself, aligning with his temperament. The air, the storms, the movement of clouds found coherence around him. This was not ownership, but resonance. Others found their place in different layers of the world. The sea, vast and unpredictable, required a steady presence. The depths beneath the earth demanded patience and firmness. Light, growth, conflict, craft, memory, each aspect of reality slowly found its steward. These roles were not assigned overnight, they evolved through interaction. When imbalance appeared in the world, the gods observed, who responded instinctively, who felt the disturbance most clearly. Responsibility followed sensitivity. This approach defined the Olympian order. Rather than ruling through dominance, the gods ruled through alignment. Each learned where their influence strengthened the world and where it risked disruption. Boundaries were drawn carefully, not to isolate power, but to prevent overlap from becoming conflict. Hera played a crucial role in this process. Where Zeus embodied motion and adaptability, Hera represented continuity and structure. She did not seek to dominate, but to stabilize. Relationships, commitments, agreements, these concepts gathered around her presence. Olympus itself felt more cohesive as she engaged with its formation. Her influence ensured that the new order did not dissolve into chaos under the weight of constant change. She understood that balance requires consistency as much as flexibility. Other gods contributed in quieter ways. Wisdom emerged not as abstract knowledge, but as careful judgment. Craft and creation found their place, shaping tools, spaces, and systems that allowed the divine order to interact with the world without overwhelming it. Conflict, too, was acknowledged rather than denied. It was recognized as a force that could sharpen purpose if kept within bounds. Olympus became a living structure. It changed subtly as the gods changed. Paths formed where gatherings happened often, Spaces opened where discussion was needed. Nothing was fixed permanently at first. The gods were learning how to exist together without crushing one another's influence. Below, the world responded. The land stabilized further. Natural patterns became more consistent. The separation between realms, sky, earth, sea, and the deeper layers beneath, grew clearer. This clarity allowed life to flourish more freely. Growth accelerated. Diversity increased. The absence of Titan pressure allowed smaller forces to express themselves. The world no longer moved only in vast, slow shifts. It began to experience finer changes, shorter cycles, more nuanced rhythms. Time itself felt different. Moments gained definition. Events no longer blurred endlessly into one another. The idea of eras began to form. History became something that could be remembered rather than simply endured. The gods observed this with quiet satisfaction. Yet Olympus was not free from tension. As roles solidified, comparison became inevitable. Some domains appeared more visible, more influential. Others worked beneath the surface, essential, but less celebrated. These differences did not immediately cause conflict, but they created awareness. Awareness, over time, can grow into rivalry. Zeus remained attentive to this dynamic. He encouraged cooperation rather than competition. Decisions affecting the world were discussed openly. When disagreements arose, they were addressed before resentment could settle. This approach slowed progress at times, but it preserved stability. The memory of the Titans served as a constant reminder. The old order had fallen not because it was weak, but because it could not adapt. Olympus was built on the principle that change must be possible without destruction. This philosophy extended to the gods' relationship with the world itself. They did not intervene constantly. They observed patterns, stepping in only when imbalance threatened to grow beyond correction. The world was allowed to move, to experiment, to fail, and recover. This restraint marked a profound shift. Power no longer sought to shape every outcome. It provided framework rather than command. The gods began to see themselves not as rulers standing above existence, but as participants within it. Olympus, high and distant, symbolized this approach perfectly. It was present but not intrusive, watchful but not oppressive. As the new order settled, the gods grew more confident in their roles. Responsibilities felt less tentative, more natural. The structure of Olympus strengthened, not through enforcement, but through repetition and trust. The Titan age faded further into memory. Stories of the old gods remained, not as warnings alone, but as foundations. The Olympians understood that they stood on what had come before. Respect for that lineage shaped their decisions, even as they moved beyond it. The establishment of Olympus did not mark the end of uncertainty. It marked the beginning of complexity. The world was now ordered enough to support more intricate relationships between gods, between realms, and soon between gods and beings far more fragile than themselves. The gods had built a place for themselves. The question that lingered quietly beneath everything was simple, though its implications were vast. What would they do with it? Olympus stood complete enough to function, yet open enough to evolve. Its creation was not an ending, but a foundation. Upon it, the stories of gods, mortals, love, conflict, and consequence would be built. The new order held. For now, Zeus's rule did not begin with a crown. There was no formal moment where authority was declared absolute, no ceremony that separated him from the others with finality. His leadership emerged the same way Olympus itself had formed, gradually, through necessity, through repeated moments where direction was required, and he was the one who provided it. After the establishment of Olympus, the gods found themselves in a delicate state. Power had been redistributed, but not yet fully understood. Each god carried immense influence, yet none wished to repeat the suffocating control that had defined the age of Cronus. The question was not whether Zeus would rule, but how rule itself would function in this new era. Zeus understood this instinctively. His strength had never been rooted solely in force. During the Titanomachy, his power had been decisive, but it was his adaptability that had allowed victory. He listened, adjusted, waited when necessary. As king, these qualities became even more essential. Rather than hoarding authority, Zeus began by dispersing it. The domains of existence were not treated as prizes to be won, but as responsibilities to be carried. Each god was encouraged to take stewardship over the aspect of the world they resonated with most deeply. This was not generosity alone, it was strategy. Power shared was power stabilized. The sky remained Zeus's domain, but even this was not exclusive. Storms touched the sea, rain nourished the earth. Thunder echoed through the underworld. Zeus's presence connected realms rather than isolating them. His influence flowed outward, not downward. This set the tone for his reign. Leadership was defined not by constant intervention but by oversight. Zeus did not seek to govern every detail of existence. Instead, he positioned himself as the axis around which the others could move without colliding. Hera's role became increasingly visible during this period. As Zeus navigated balance and motion, Hera reinforced continuity. Where Zeus mediated between forces, Hera solidified bonds. Marriage, alliance, loyalty, these concepts gained weight under her influence. Together, they formed the core of Olympian governance, flexibility paired with structure. Their relationship was not without tension, but it was functional. Zeus's tendency toward expansion and experimentation often strained against Hera's insistence on order. Yet this friction proved productive. It prevented stagnation without allowing chaos to dominate. Other gods observed this dynamic closely. They began to understand that Olympus was not a rigid hierarchy, but a network. Authority flowed differently depending on the situation. In matters of the sea, guidance deferred to its steward. In questions of craft, creation spoke louder than command. Conflict, wisdom, growth, each domain asserted itself when relevant. Zeus allowed this. He did not interpret shared authority as weakness. On the contrary, he recognized that dominance without cooperation inevitably led to collapse. The Titan Age had proven this beyond doubt. Still, leadership required decision. There were moments when the gods disagreed sharply. Boundaries between domains occasionally blurred, influence overlapped. When balance was threatened, Zeus stepped forward, not as a tyrant, but as an arbiter. His judgments were rarely absolute. Instead, they framed consequences. Actions were not forbidden outright, but shaped through understanding of impact. The gods learned that freedom within Olympus was preserved only so long as responsibility accompanied it. This approach extended to the world below. Zeus resisted the urge to rule mortals directly. He did not demand worship as a condition of existence, nor did he dictate the course of every natural event. Humanity and other living beings were allowed to develop within the structure the gods had established. Intervention occurred only when imbalance grew dangerous. Storms might be unleashed to correct excess. Order restored where chaos threatened to spiral. Yet these actions were measured. Zeus viewed the world as something to be guided, not controlled. This restraint defined his kingship. Power remained visible, undeniable, but rarely overwhelming. The gods observed the world rather than dominating it, learning from its responses. In doing so, Zeus reinforced a critical truth: authority that listens endures longer than authority that commands. However, balance was not static. As Olympus settled into routine, new challenges emerged. Lesser divine beings, spirits, and forces began to appear more frequently. Some aligned naturally with the Olympian order. Others resisted it, preferring independence or chaos. Zeus chose not to suppress these forces immediately. Instead, he observed which disturbances corrected themselves, which grew more volatile over time. This patience allowed the Olympians to understand the complexity of existence beyond their own circle. Not all power required containment. Some needed space to dissipate. Within Olympus, the gods themselves continued to evolve. Some grew more confident, expanding their influence. Others became more reserved, focusing inward. Zeus monitored these shifts carefully. When imbalance threatened internal harmony, he intervened, not with punishment, but with redistribution. Responsibilities were adjusted, influence redirected, Olympus adapted. This fluidity became one of Zeus's greatest strengths as king. He understood that leadership was not a fixed position, but an ongoing process. Each era would require different emphases, different responses. By refusing to lock the Olympian order into rigid patterns, he ensured its resilience. Yet beneath this measured rule, something more subtle was taking shape. The gods were becoming aware of their own individuality in new ways. No longer defined solely by opposition to the Titans, they began to explore their identities, desires, and ambitions. Relationships deepened. Rivalries simmered quietly. Zeus recognized this as inevitable. Power shared among conscious beings does not remain purely cooperative forever. Ambition grows alongside confidence. Curiosity leads to transgression. The king's role was not to prevent this entirely, but to ensure it did not fracture the order beyond repair. Thus, Zeus's reign balanced vigilance with trust. He trusted the gods to govern their domains. He trusted the world to respond to guidance rather than force. At the same time, he remained alert to shifts that could destabilize the whole. Olympus reflected this balance. Its halls were neither silent nor chaotic. Discussions echoed, arguments flared, alliances formed. Yet beneath it all, a shared understanding persisted. The age of absolute control was over. The future would be shaped through interaction, not domination. Zeus did not seek to be worshipped as a distant, untouchable figure. He walked among the gods. He listened. He argued. He compromised. His authority grew not because he demanded recognition, but because others recognized his capacity to hold the whole together. The world responded accordingly. Natural cycles stabilized further. Seasons found rhythm. Life expanded into new forms. Complexity increased, bringing beauty and unpredictability in equal measure. The Olympian order allowed existence to become richer rather than simpler. This was the true mark of Zeus's kingship. Not conquest, not fear, but the ability to allow complexity without collapse. Still, no reign remains untested forever. As generations passed, as new gods and beings continued to emerge, the limits of balance would be challenged. The very freedom Zeus had cultivated would give rise to tensions he could not fully control. For now, however, Olympus stood strong. Zeus ruled, not as a god above all others, but as the one who held the center. And in that center, the future quietly gathered its strength. Hera did not shape the world through storms, war, or sudden acts of force. Her influence moved differently. It settled rather than struck. It remained rather than conquered. Where Zeus represented motion, possibility, and expansion, Hera embodied continuity, the quiet insistence that things remained bound once they had been joined. When Olympus began to stabilize after the great upheavals of the past, the gods quickly realized that power alone could not sustain order. Strength could create space, but it could not preserve harmony within that space. Something else was required, something less visible but far more enduring. That role slowly became Hera's. Hera's presence was not loud. She did not dominate councils or assert herself through displays of power. Instead, she influenced the structure beneath the surface of Olympian life. She concerned herself with relationships, with agreements made and promises kept, with the invisible lines that connected one god to another. Marriage, under Hera's influence, became more than a bond of affection or convenience. It became a principle. To be joined was to be accountable. To form a union was to accept limits as well as protection. This idea spread quietly across Olympus. The gods began to recognize that connection carried weight. Alliances were no longer temporary arrangements made for survival, as they had been during the wars of the past. Under Hera's watchful presence, bonds began to imply duration. Ending them was no longer without consequence. Hera did not impose this through command. She allowed the implications to reveal themselves naturally. Disruption followed broken vows. Instability appeared where loyalty was treated lightly. Over time, the gods learned that ignoring these patterns led to imbalance. Respecting them led to stability. Thus, order took root not through fear, but through experience. Hera's partnership with Zeus stood at the center of this evolving structure. Their union was not one of simplicity or constant harmony. It was marked by tension, disagreement, and unspoken conflict. Yet it endured. This endurance itself became symbolic. The Queen of Olympus did not demand perfection from her marriage. She demanded persistence. In this, Hera shaped a crucial distinction. Order was not the absence of conflict. It was the ability to contain conflict without allowing it to fracture the whole. The gods observed this carefully. They saw that Hera did not seek to eliminate Zeus's expansive nature. She resisted it, questioned it, challenged it, but she did not destroy it. In return, Zeus did not diminish her insistence on structure. He resisted at times, pushed against boundaries, yet ultimately acknowledged the necessity of her role. Their dynamic became a living example of controlled tension. From this, Olympus learned restraint. Arguments did not automatically lead to division. Disagreements did not require dominance. Instead, friction was allowed to exist within defined limits. Hera ensured those limits remained intact. Beyond marriage, Hera's influence extended to hierarchy and role definition. While Zeus allowed flexibility in authority, Hera emphasized clarity in responsibility. Each god's domain was not only a source of power, but a commitment. Neglecting one's role created imbalance elsewhere. Overstepping into another's domain without cause disrupted harmony. This did not mean isolation. Domains touched, overlapped, interacted. But Hera ensured that these interactions followed understood boundaries. Cooperation was encouraged, intrusion was not. Over time, this fostered mutual respect. The gods began to rely on one another's stability. Predictability became a form of trust. Knowing where one god's influence ended and another's began reduced unnecessary conflict. Hera also shaped Olympus's internal rhythms. Gatherings became more structured. Councils followed patterns. Decisions, though flexible, adhered to shared expectations. Hera did not dictate outcomes, but she shaped the process through which outcomes were reached. This process mattered. It slowed impulsive action. It allowed reflection. It reduced the likelihood of sudden, destabilizing shifts. The gods learned patience, not because they were forced to wait, but because the structure encouraged it. Hera's influence extended beyond Olympus itself. Though she did not involve herself directly in shaping the natural world, her principles echoed downward. Concepts of partnership, lineage, and continuity began to appear among living beings. Bonds formed not only through instinct, but through repetition and recognition. This was not yet the age of structured human society, but the groundwork was being laid. Hera observed the world carefully. She understood that too much intervention could disrupt natural development. Order imposed prematurely becomes brittle. Instead, she allowed patterns to emerge organically, intervening only when instability threatened to spiral beyond correction. Her restraint mirrored Zeus's in a different form. Where Zeus held back force, Hera held back judgment. This balance between them sustained Olympus through its early stability. Yet Hera's role was not without cost. To guard order is to become intimately aware of its fragility. Hera saw fractures before others did. She sensed tension beneath calm surfaces. This awareness often manifested as vigilance, sometimes as severity. She did not tolerate disregard for commitment lightly. When bonds were broken casually, Hera responded, not always with open punishment, but with consequence. Relationships strained, alliances weakened. The gods learned that order, once disrupted, required effort to restore. This made Hera both respected and feared, not for her power, but for her memory. She remembered promises, she remembered slights, she remembered when balance was disturbed, and who had caused it. In doing so, she acted as Olympus's conscience, a reminder that actions lingered beyond their moment. Importantly, Hera did not seek admiration. Her satisfaction came from continuity, from seeing systems hold, from watching chaos restrained not through violence, but through adherence to shared principles. As Olympus matured, Hera's influence became increasingly visible in subtle ways. Conflicts lasted longer before resolution, but ended more cleanly. Alliances deepened. Betrayals became rarer, and when they occurred, more impactful. The gods grew cautious not out of fear, but out of understanding. Hera's order allowed Olympus to breathe. It gave space for individuality while preserving unity. It allowed ambition without permitting unchecked dominance. It created an environment where complexity could exist without collapse. Yet beneath this calm, something else was forming. As bonds strengthened, so did emotional depth. Attachment brought vulnerability. Loyalty intensified loss. Hera understood this as unavoidable. Order, she knew, did not eliminate suffering, it gave it shape. And shape, in the long arc of existence, was preferable to chaos. Thus, Hera stood at the heart of Olympus not as a ruler, but as a stabilizer. Her presence reminded the gods that power without connection fractures and freedom without responsibility dissolves. Under her watch, Olympus did not become perfect. It became durable, and durability, in a world shaped by gods, would soon be tested. The division of the world did not come from conflict. There was no argument that shook Olympus, no clash of voices demanding dominance. Instead, the moment arrived quietly, almost inevitably, as if existence itself had reached a point where it could no longer remain undefined. The world had grown too vast, too layered, too complex to be held under a single, shared authority without strain. Even among gods who trusted one another, ambiguity carried risk. Power without clear borders tended to overlap, and overlap over time invited tension. Zeus understood this before it was spoken. He had seen what happened when all authority gathered in one place, when control tightened rather than adapted. Olympus would not repeat that mistake. If order was to last, the world needed structure, not rigid walls, but natural divisions that reflected the nature of existence itself. Thus, the idea of division emerged not as separation, but as distribution. The sky, the sea, and the depths beneath the world had already begun to distinguish themselves long before any agreement was made. Storms moved differently above than below. Waters followed their own rhythms. Darkness accumulated beneath the surface, heavy and unmoving. The gods did not invent these realms. They recognized them. The agreement came without ceremony. There was no need for declaration, because each understood where they belonged. Zeus, whose presence resonated with open space, air, and movement, remained tied to the sky, not as a prison of height, but as a realm of connection, where clouds gathered, where storms traveled, where signals moved freely between worlds. The sky was not empty. It was dynamic. From above, Zeus could observe without suffocating. Influence flowed downward gently, carried by rain, light, and sound. The sky became a place of oversight rather than intrusion. The sea followed a different logic. It was deep, unpredictable, vast beyond measure. Its surface reflected the sky, yet beneath lay endless movement, pressure, and hidden force. The god who aligned with it did not seek stillness or control, but acceptance of constant change. The sea was neither fully wild nor fully ordered. It breathed. To govern it required patience, emotional depth, and respect for its moods. Authority here did not impose direction. It followed currents, redirected tides, calmed storms, only when destruction threatened balance. The underworld formed last, not because it was weaker, but because it was quieter. Beneath the living world, shadows gathered, weight accumulated. Things that no longer moved upward settled downward instead. The underworld was not created as punishment or fear. It emerged as necessity. Everything that ends must go somewhere. This realm did not reflect life. It preserved finality. It was still, heavy, and distant. To rule it required steadiness, impartiality, and detachment from surface emotion. Passion had little place there. Judgment mattered more than impulse. The god who took this realm did not do so eagerly. The underworld was not glamorous. It offered little recognition and less gratitude, yet it was essential. Without it, existence would overflow, collapse under its own accumulation. The agreement between the three rulers was silent, but firm. No realm would encroach upon another without cause. Boundaries were respected, not enforced through threat, but through understanding of consequence. Storms might touch the sea, but not dominate it. Waves might crash upon the land, but not consume it entirely. The dead would not return freely, nor would the living descend without cost. This balance stabilized the world more effectively than any act of force. Each realm became self-regulating. The sky responded to motion and change. The sea adjusted to pressure and flow. The underworld absorbed what could no longer remain above. Together, they formed a cycle that sustained existence. Importantly, none of the realms stood alone. Rain fell from the sky into the sea, rivers carried water from land to ocean, death fed back into the soil. The division was not isolation, it was specialization within connection. Olympus observed the results with measured approval. Natural patterns became more consistent. Chaos did not vanish, but it localized. Storms occurred, but they passed. Floods rose, but receded. Death existed, but did not dominate life. The gods learned something crucial from this. True order did not eliminate extremes. It ensured that extremes remained contained. Within Olympus, the division also clarified roles. Disputes lessened, not because conflict disappeared, but because authority became contextual. When matters touched the sea, guidance came from its ruler. When death or permanence was involved, the underworld spoke. The sky mediated when motion, communication, or balance between realms was required. Zeus did not lose influence through this division. If anything, his authority became more stable. By refusing to dominate all realms, he secured loyalty rather than resistance. Leadership became coordination rather than command. This division also shaped the gods' understanding of limitation. Each ruler learned that absolute control was impossible and unnecessary. Accepting boundaries strengthened rather than weakened their influence. They focused inward, refining their relationship with their domain rather than grasping outward. This inward focus deepened their connection to existence. The sea grew more expressive, its moods more pronounced, its depth more mysterious. The underworld grew heavier, more final, more inevitable. The sky became increasingly dynamic, reflecting the changing nature of the world below. Mortals, though not yet central to divine concern, felt these changes instinctively. They experienced the sky as a source of light and threat, the sea as sustenance and danger, the unseen depths as fear and inevitability. Without knowing names or stories, they responded to the structure the gods had established. This was the quiet success of the division. It did not demand recognition, it did not require belief, it simply worked. Yet, as with all stable systems, time introduced pressure. As generations passed and new beings emerged, the boundaries would be tested. Curiosity would pull at limits. Desire would push against restraint. The underworld would be challenged by grief. The sea by ambition. The sky by reach. But for now, the agreement held. The three realms coexisted without rivalry. The world breathed evenly. And Olympus, watching from above, understood that the most enduring agreements were not those sealed by oath or war, but those aligned with the nature of things themselves. This division was not the end of struggle. It was the foundation upon which future tension would rise. With the world divided and Olympus firmly established, the gods entered a new phase of existence. Power had been assigned, domains were respected, order, at least on the surface, held steady. Yet beneath this stability, something far more complex began to take shape. The gods were no longer defined only by their roles in creation or war. They were now defined by one another. Relationships emerged not as formal alliances, but as patterns of closeness, distance, attraction, and quiet resistance. Olympus became a place of constant interaction. The gods lived alongside one another, shared space, exchanged influence. Over time, familiarity replaced caution. This familiarity brought comfort, but it also brought comparison. Strength was noticed, favor was measured, attention became currency. Closeness formed naturally. Some gods found ease in one another's presence. Their domains complemented each other, their temperaments aligned. Conversations lingered, cooperation felt effortless. These bonds were not announced or celebrated, they simply existed, woven into the daily rhythm of Olympus. Other relationships were more distant. Not hostile but reserved. Respect without intimacy. Cooperation without trust. These gods acknowledged one another's power but kept emotional distance, understanding that too much closeness could invite vulnerability. Zeus observed all of this carefully. He did not attempt to control these relationships. To do so would have undermined the very balance he sought to preserve. Instead, he allowed connections to form organically, stepping in only when tension threatened to destabilize the whole. Hera, by contrast, watched relationships through a different lens. She paid attention to loyalty, to consistency, to whether bonds held under pressure. Where Zeus saw movement and possibility, Hera saw patterns and consequences. She noticed when closeness became exclusion, when preference began to look like favoritism. These observations rarely became open confrontation. Most tensions among the gods remained unspoken. Jealousy did not always announce itself loudly. Often it appeared as withdrawal, as subtle resistance, as a sudden reluctance to cooperate. A god might feel overlooked, their influence diminished by the rising prominence of another. Such feelings rarely erupted immediately. They accumulated. Olympus became layered with quiet emotions. Pride coexisted with insecurity. Confidence masked doubt. Immortality did not eliminate comparison. It intensified it. With endless time, small slights had no urgency to fade. One of the most delicate dynamics involved recognition. Some gods were more visible than others. Their domains touched many aspects of existence. They were invoked more often, felt more frequently. Others governed quieter forces, equally essential but less noticed. This imbalance of attention created friction. Those in the background did not lack power, but they felt unseen. Over time, this invisibility became a source of resentment, not toward mortals who barely understood divine structures, but toward fellow gods who seemed to occupy the center of Olympus. Zeus attempted to counter this subtly. He redistributed responsibilities, highlighted contributions during councils, acknowledged influence, even when it was not immediately apparent. Still, recognition could not be forced, it had to be felt. Hera's approach was firmer. She emphasized the importance of every role, reminding the gods that imbalance often began with disregard. Order depended not only on power, but on mutual acknowledgement. Despite these efforts, small fractures continued to form. Rivalries emerged quietly. Not open opposition, but competition. Who influenced the world more? Whose domain expanded? Whose voice carried greater weight in decisions? These questions lingered beneath polite exchanges. Importantly, these rivalries were not always destructive. They drove refinement. Gods honed their abilities, deepened their connection to their domains, sought greater mastery. In moderation, rivalry strengthened Olympus. It prevented stagnation, encouraged growth. The danger lay in excess. When rivalry shifted toward resentment, cooperation weakened. The gods began to interpret neutral actions as deliberate slights. Misunderstandings multiplied. Silence replaced dialogue. Zeus remained attentive. He recognized that relationships among the gods were as crucial to balance as the division of realms. Olympus was not merely a structure of power, it was a living network of interactions. If that network frayed, no amount of authority could hold it together. Thus, councils became more frequent, not as tribunals but as spaces for expression. Zeus encouraged discussion, allowed grievances to surface indirectly. Rarely did conflicts resolve fully, but airing them reduced pressure. Hera ensured these gatherings followed structure. Voices were heard in turn. Interruptions discouraged. This order did not eliminate emotion, but it prevented escalation. The gods learned to express tension without immediately converting it into action. Still, some emotions resisted containment. Desire complicated relationships further. Attraction among gods did not always align with stability. It crossed boundaries, ignored hierarchy, disrupted established bonds. Where desire entered, clarity often left. Hera viewed this with concern. Desire, in her understanding, required boundaries to prevent chaos. Unchecked, it threatened loyalty and consistency. Yet she also understood that suppressing it entirely would breed resentment. Thus, desire was tolerated, but not celebrated. Its consequences, however, were real. Trust strained, jealousy intensified, alliances shifted subtly. Some gods grew closer in response, others drifted apart. Olympus adapted, but not without tension. Through all of this, a crucial pattern emerged. The gods were learning that immortality did not grant emotional simplicity. If anything, endless existence magnified feeling. Time did not heal wounds automatically, it deepened them unless addressed. Zeus and Hera, each in their own way, became custodians of this emotional landscape. Zeus mediated movement, preventing sudden fractures. Hera preserved structure, ensuring that bonds did not dissolve entirely. Together, they maintained a fragile equilibrium. Yet neither could eliminate the underlying truth. Olympus was not static. The gods were changing. As their relationships evolved, so did their understanding of themselves. Identity was no longer tied solely to domain or power, but to connection. Who one stood beside mattered as much as what one ruled. This realization marked a turning point. The Olympian order had been built on balance of power. Now it rested increasingly on balance of relationships. Stability depended not only on realms and authority, but on trust, restraint, and recognition. The unseen cracks did not yet threaten collapse, but they existed. They waited quietly, shaped by emotion, memory, and desire. In time, these fractures would influence how the gods interacted with the world beyond Olympus. For now, Olympus remained whole. Laughter still echoed through its halls. Cooperation still prevailed. Councils still ended in agreement, if not full harmony. But beneath the calm surface, complexity gathered. And complexity, once present, never fully receded. The gods had learned to rule the world. They were now learning how to live with one another. Once Olympus had settled into its rhythm, the gods began to turn their attention outward. Until this point, the world had existed largely on its own. It followed broad patterns shaped by divided realms and distant oversight. Storms moved, waters flowed, life emerged, and faded. Yet much of existence still unfolded without intention. It was functional but unfinished. The gods did not initially seek to change this. They observed. From Olympus, the world appeared vast but unrefined, rich with potential but lacking direction. Mountains rose where pressure demanded it. Forests spread where water allowed. Creatures lived, fed, reproduced, and disappeared without memory or meaning. Time passed, but it did not accumulate. This unsettled the gods, not because the world was flawed, but because it was incomplete. Gradually, influence replaced observation. The gods did not reshape the world through sudden acts. There was no single moment of transformation. Instead, they began to introduce emphasis. Certain places were allowed to grow stronger, others were restrained. Cycles became more regular. Change gained rhythm. Nature became more than reaction. The land began to hold memory. Rivers carved paths instead of wandering endlessly. Seasons developed consistency. Growth and decay found balance. The world started to feel intentional, as if it were slowly being guided rather than pushed. Time itself shifted. Before this period, time had moved forward without texture. Moments followed one another, but none carried weight. Under divine influence, time began to matter. Events left traces. Cause and effect became clearer. The past started to shape the future. This was not fate yet. It was structure. The gods did not decide outcomes, but they allowed patterns to form. Repetition gained meaning. Certain actions led reliably to certain results. The world became learnable. Fate, as a concept, hovered at the edge of this development. It was not fully formed, but the idea that existence could follow threads rather than randomness began to emerge. The gods sensed this shift, even if they did not fully define it. As the world gained shape, so did the gods, curiosity. They noticed something missing. Life existed everywhere, but it remained instinctive. Creatures reacted but did not reflect. They survived but did not question. There was no awareness of the world as a whole, no being capable of noticing patterns the way the gods did. This absence lingered. At first it was merely an observation, then it became a discussion. The idea of a new kind of being emerged slowly, cautiously. Not a creature of pure instinct, nor one of divine power. Something in between, a presence that could observe, remember, and respond not only to need, but to curiosity. The gods did not agree immediately. Some questioned the necessity. Why introduce awareness into a world already balanced? Others feared unpredictability. Conscious beings could misunderstand, resist, or disrupt the order so carefully established. Zeus listened. He did not rush the decision. He understood that once awareness entered the world, it could not be withdrawn. Consciousness altered everything it touched. Hera viewed the idea through a different lens. She considered continuity. What would such beings contribute to the long arc of existence? Would they strengthen order or fracture it? Could they sustain bonds, or would they dissolve them through desire and fear? Others saw opportunity. A being that could notice the gods, even dimly, would reflect the structure of the world back upon itself. Existence would no longer be silent, it would be witnessed. This thought lingered. Still, no creation followed. The gods allowed the idea to remain just that, an idea. For a long time, the gods simply watched. Humanity had entered the world quietly, without announcement or ceremony. Their presence did not shake Olympus, nor did it immediately draw divine attention. At first, humans were just another movement within nature, fragile and brief, rising and fading like countless forms before them. Yet something about them lingered. Unlike other living beings, humans looked upward, not constantly, not with understanding, but with instinct. They noticed the sky not only as weather, but as space. They felt fear not only of danger, but of the unknown. They wondered, even if they could not yet name what they wondered about. This curiosity reached Olympus slowly. The gods did not descend at once. There was distance, deliberate and careful. They understood that sudden presence would overwhelm fragile minds. Instead, contact began indirectly, through patterns. Storms that seemed purposeful, calm that followed fear, coincidence that felt intentional. Humans began to sense that the world responded to them in ways that went beyond instinct. Not reliably, not clearly, but enough to be felt. Misunderstanding was inevitable. Humans interpreted signs through fear and hope. A storm that destroyed shelter felt like punishment. A calm season felt like favor. With no language for gods, they created meaning from emotion. The world became personal long before it became understandable. The gods observed this closely. Some were amused, some were uneasy, a few were deeply curious. Zeus felt both responsibility and restraint. He understood that awareness had been introduced into the world, but meaning had not. Humanity stood at the edge of interpretation, capable of belief, but not yet prepared for truth. Hera watched human bonds with particular attention. She noticed how quickly humans formed attachments, how fiercely they protected family, how deeply they mourned loss. Their emotions were raw, unbuffered by immortality. This intensity made them vulnerable, but also sincere. Other gods reacted differently. Some felt distant interest, others felt discomfort. Humans reflected imperfection too clearly. Their weakness mirrored the consequences of power. Their fear echoed the dangers of chaos. Contact remained subtle. Dreams became one of the first bridges. Humans dreamed of vast figures, of voices without words, of places that felt familiar yet unreachable. These dreams were not messages. They were impressions, fragments of divine presence, leaking gently into human awareness. Humans woke, unsettled but changed. They began to gather meaning from shared experience. Stories formed, not accurate, not consistent, but emotionally true. Humans started to believe that the world was not empty, that something watched, something listened. This belief reached Olympus. The gods realized that distance alone would not preserve balance. Humans were already assigning intention to existence. Without guidance, misunderstanding would grow unchecked. Thus emerged the question that divided Olympus quietly. Should the gods intervene? Not in creation. They had already done that. But in guidance. Should they correct human assumptions, or allow belief to evolve on its own? Should they protect humans from their own fragility, or allow struggle to shape them? The debate was not loud. It unfolded slowly, across councils and private conversations. Zeus considered balance. Too much intervention would create dependence. Too little would invite chaos. Humanity needed space to grow, but not so much that it destroyed itself before understanding could form. Hera considered order. Humans already formed bonds and structures instinctively. Intervention could strengthen these, provide continuity, reduce suffering, but it could also distort natural development, replacing shared responsibility with divine expectation. Others saw risk. Humans once guided might demand more. Protection could turn into reliance. Guidance could become control. The idea of intervention became layered. It was no longer simply about helping or not helping. It was about influence, about shaping development without overt domination. Small interventions followed. Not miracles, corrections. A storm diverted. A drought ended early. A threat reduced, not eliminated. Humans noticed patterns, but did not fully understand them. Gratitude emerged alongside fear. Misunderstanding deepened. Humans began to attribute intention everywhere. Every change became a message. Every event, a judgment. The gods watched belief take shape unevenly, sometimes beautifully, sometimes dangerously. This concerned Olympus. Intervention, meant to stabilize, was beginning to alter perception. Humans were no longer interpreting the world alone. They were reacting to perceived divine will. The gods paused. Zeus called for restraint. He recognized that even subtle guidance carried weight. Humanity, with its limited perspective, magnified every sign. What gods viewed as adjustment, humans experienced as command. Thus emerged a critical distinction: protection versus control. Protection preserved agency, control replaced it. Zeus argued that humanity must remain responsible for its own choices. The gods could shape the environment but not dictate behavior. Consequence, not command, should guide development. Hera agreed, but with caution. She warned that absence of structure could fracture human bonds. Without some consistent framework, fear would dominate belief. Order required presence, but measured. The gods settled on distance with intention. They would not walk openly among humans. They would not speak directly. Instead, they would allow symbols, stories, and gradual understanding to emerge. Humans would learn through narrative, not instruction. This decision marked a turning point. Humans were now part of divine consideration, not as subjects, but as developing beings. Olympus acknowledged them without claiming them. Contact remained indirect. Signs replaced commands. Patterns replaced rules. Humans interpreted, argued, misunderstood, and slowly refined their beliefs. This misunderstanding was not a failure. It was development. The gods learned something essential during this time. Humans did not need clarity to grow. They needed space to search. Meaning discovered carried more weight than meaning given. Still, tension remained. Some gods grew impatient. Human suffering was visible. Fragility was constant. The temptation to intervene more directly lingered. Others feared the opposite. They saw how quickly humans adapted belief into structure, how stories hardened into expectation. Too much influence could freeze development into rigid obedience. Thus, Olympus remained divided, not in conflict, but in philosophy. The world below continued. Humans built shelters, formed groups, shared stories. They feared the sky, respected the sea, avoided the unknown depths. Without names, they sensed presence. The gods remained above, watching, learning, waiting. This era did not bring resolution. It brought complexity. Humanity had entered the divine awareness. The gods had entered human imagination. Neither fully understood the other, and that distance, filled with curiosity and error, defined the age. Balance held, for now. But the question of intervention had been asked. And once asked, it would never fully disappear. At first, the gods did not think in terms of justice. The world had been shaped through balance, not judgment. Storms followed pressure. Seasons followed cycles. Life followed instinct. When humans appeared, they were allowed to exist within these patterns, not above them and not beneath them. But as human awareness grew, so did interpretation. Humans did not simply experience events, they explained them. A good harvest was not just fortune, it was favor. A flood was not only destruction, it was punishment. Meaning attached itself to outcome, whether the gods intended it or not. This shift reached Olympus quietly. The gods began to notice that their smallest actions echoed loudly in human thought. A subtle correction in nature could become a moral lesson. A moment of restraint could be read as approval. Without intending to, the gods were becoming judges. This realization unsettled them. Zeus, more than any other, felt the weight of it. Authority over the sky had already placed him in the human imagination as a watcher, a presence above. Now humans were beginning to believe that outcomes reflected worth. This belief was dangerous. If left unchecked, humans would shape their behavior around fear of punishment rather than understanding of consequence. Order built on fear was fragile. It broke easily, often violently. Hera saw the issue differently. She recognized that humans naturally sought structure. They needed to believe that actions mattered beyond survival. Without some sense of fairness, bonds weakened. trust eroded. Chaos did not come from punishment, but from unpredictability. Thus emerged a difficult question. Should the gods allow humans to believe that events carried moral meaning? Or should they correct this belief, risking confusion and disillusionment? At first, Olympus chose observation. Humans began to form early rules among themselves. Certain behaviors were encouraged, others discouraged. Cooperation was rewarded socially. Harm was punished collectively. These systems were imperfect, but they worked enough to sustain groups. The gods watched closely. They saw that humans already practiced justice, even without divine instruction. Not absolute justice, but shared judgment. Wrong was defined not by law but by harm. Right was defined by survival and trust. This intrigued the gods. Perhaps justice did not need to be imposed. Perhaps it needed refinement. Gradually, divine influence began to take a new shape. Not punishment in the dramatic sense, but consequence aligned with behavior. Actions that threatened balance met resistance. Actions that preserved harmony encountered fewer obstacles. This was subtle. A community that cooperated found stability easier to maintain. One driven by cruelty faced internal collapse. The gods did not cause these outcomes directly. They allowed them to unfold. Humans, however, interpreted differently. They began to believe that unseen forces approved or disapproved of their choices. The idea of reward and punishment took root, even when outcomes were natural. Olympus debated again. Some gods argued that this belief was useful. Fear of punishment restrained excess. Hope of reward encouraged cooperation. Justice, even misunderstood, could guide behavior. Others warned of distortion. If humans believed the gods punished every failure, despair would grow. If they believed reward was guaranteed, responsibility would fade. Zeus sought balance. He proposed a principle that would quietly shape divine behavior going forward. The gods would not judge intent. They would respond to impact. This distinction mattered. Humans could not always control their circumstances, but their actions affected others. Divine response, when it occurred, would align with disruption of balance, not personal morality. This was the beginning of divine justice. Not law, not code, but response. Reward emerged naturally. Communities that lived in balance found the world more forgiving. Land sustained them. Conflict lessened. Time felt generous. Humans saw this as blessing, though the gods viewed it as alignment. Punishment emerged just as quietly. Excess bred instability. Violence invited retaliation. Greed collapsed trust. These outcomes were not inflicted. They were allowed. Still, there were moments when intervention became unavoidable. When imbalance threatened to spread beyond correction, the gods acted more directly. A storm intensified. A drought lingered. A threat was not removed. These acts were rare. They were not meant to teach lessons, but to halt escalation. Humans felt them deeply. Fear of divine anger began to circulate. Stories formed. Warnings were shared. Over time, patterns emerged in human belief. Respect the unseen, avoid excess, honor balance. Justice became externalized. This troubled Hera. Justice, she believed, needed consistency. Without it, fear turned into superstition. Humans would obey out of terror, not understanding. She advocated for restraint. Punishment should not be unpredictable. Reward should not be arbitrary. Even if humans misunderstood the gods themselves needed internal consistency. Thus, divine justice slowed. The gods intervened less, not more. They allowed human systems of justice to develop further. Elders judged disputes. Groups enforced norms. Consequences became social before they became divine. This was intentional. Justice rooted in community was more sustainable than justice imposed from above. Over time, humans began to internalize consequence. They understood that certain actions damaged trust, others strengthened it. They learned accountability, even if imperfectly. The gods watched with cautious approval. Yet divine justice did not disappear. It retreated to the background. When invoked, it carried weight precisely because it was rare. A major imbalance, a transgression that threatened more than one community, drew attention. Thus, divine justice became symbolic. Not a constant threat, but a boundary. Humans lived within a world that responded, not one that judged constantly. This allowed freedom without chaos. Zeus understood that this balance was fragile. Too much punishment would break humanity. Too little would allow destruction. Justice had to remain distant enough to preserve choice, close enough to preserve order. Hera focused on legacy. Justice, she believed, was not about immediate correction, but long-term stability. Humans needed stories, not fear. They needed examples, not constant intervention. From this, myth began to form. Stories of reward and punishment spread, some exaggerated, some distorted, but all carried a core truth: actions mattered beyond the moment. The gods did not correct these stories. They allowed them to evolve. In doing so, divine justice transformed. It was no longer simply something the gods did. It became something humans believed in. This belief shaped behavior more effectively than force ever could. Olympus accepted this. Justice was no longer a tool. It was a shared concept, imperfect but powerful. Humans carried it within them, even when the gods were silent. The world continued. Mistakes were made, cruelty persisted, kindness emerged unexpectedly. Justice was never complete, never absolute. But it existed. And existence, shaped by consequence rather than command, grew more complex. The gods stepped back once more. They had not created perfection. They had created responsibility. And responsibility, once born, could never be taken away. The earliest age of humanity passed without a name. Later generations would call it the Golden Age, but those who lived within it did not experience it as perfection. They experienced it as simplicity. Life moved slowly. Needs were few. Fear existed, but it did not dominate thought. Death came, but it was not yet understood as tragedy. Humans lived close to the world and close to one another. They took what they needed, and rarely more. The land provided without resistance. Seasons were gentle enough to endure. Communities were small, bound together by familiarity rather than law. There was no written memory, no ambition to expand endlessly. The gods watched from a distance. They did not interfere. There was no need. Balance held naturally. Justice, as a concept, remained quiet, almost invisible. Consequences existed, but they were immediate and understandable. Harm brought loss. Care brought stability. In this age, humans did not question the world. They accepted it. They did not wonder why the sky moved or why death came. They noticed these things, but curiosity did not yet outweigh contentment. Awareness existed, but it had not yet turned inward. This was the core of the Golden Age. Not happiness, but ease. Yet ease is fragile. Over time, small changes began to appear. They were not dramatic. There was no single moment when the age ended. Instead, subtle shifts accumulated quietly, almost unnoticed by those living through them. Human memory grew longer. Stories began to persist beyond a single generation. Experiences were shared, repeated, shaped. What had once been lived only in the moment began to echo through time. Memory gave weight to loss. Death, once accepted as natural, became personal. Humans began to mourn not only absence but possibility. What might have been lingered in thought, grief deepened awareness. With awareness came comparison. Humans noticed differences among themselves. Strength, skill, endurance, insight. These traits were no longer just useful, they were noticed. Admiration formed, so did envy. This was new. In the Golden Age, difference existed but did not define worth. Now difference began to separate. The gods observed this carefully. They did not see corruption yet, but tension. Humanity was discovering individuality. Identity expanded beyond survival. People began to see themselves as distinct rather than interchangeable. This shift brought both growth and fracture. Creativity emerged. Humans experimented with tools, shelter, organization. They learned to shape the world more actively. But with shaping came ownership. What had once been shared freely became claimed. Not aggressively at first. A place to rest, a tool to keep, a harvest remembered as mine. These ideas appeared softly, but once present, they did not fade. Ownership introduced boundaries. Boundaries introduced conflict. Disagreements emerged, still small, still resolvable. But the tone had changed. Humans no longer argued only about survival, but about fairness. Who deserved what? Who had worked more? Who had arrived first? Justice became louder. The gods felt this shift. Divine justice, once distant, now echoed in human expectation. Humans began to believe that fairness should be guaranteed, not negotiated. When outcomes disappointed them, they searched for blame beyond circumstance. The sky, once simply present, became suspicious. Storms were questioned. Scarcity felt unjust. Humans began to wonder whether unseen forces approved or disapproved of them personally. This belief altered behavior. Some acted cautiously, fearing punishment. Others acted boldly, hoping for favor. The balance of the Golden Age began to tilt. The gods did not intervene. They recognized this stage as necessary. Awareness could not grow without friction. Innocence could not survive memory. Still, they watched with concern. The first true cracks appeared in human relationships. Trust, once automatic, now required reinforcement. Communities grew larger, less intimate. Familiarity weakened. Rules emerged. Not spoken laws yet, but expectations. Those who broke expectations faced consequences not only from nature but from others. Punishment became social. Exile, exclusion, retaliation. These responses were not guided by divine hand. They arose from fear and frustration. Humans struggled to manage growing complexity with limited understanding. The Golden Age did not collapse. It thinned. Moments of peace still existed. Cooperation still occurred. But beneath it all, tension lingered. The world no longer felt entirely forgiving. Work increased. Humans labored not only to survive, but to secure advantage. Effort became unevenly rewarded. Some prospered, others struggled. Comparison sharpened resentment. The gods felt distance growing. Not because humans were turning away, but because their inner world was becoming louder. Fear, desire, ambition, these filled human thought, leaving less room for quiet observation. Zeus recognized a turning point. Humanity was no longer simply living within the world, it was beginning to push against it. This was not rebellion. It was development. Hera observed bonds under strain. Families grew more protective, more exclusive. Loyalty narrowed. The idea of us and them appeared. Order required reinforcement. Harmony required effort. This worried her. Order built on effort was more vulnerable than order built on instinct. It could fail. It could be resisted. The gods debated quietly. Some believed humanity needed correction. Others believed interference would worsen matters. Zeus chose restraint once more. The Golden Age, he understood, was not meant to last forever. It was a foundation, not a destination. Human innocence had served its purpose. It allowed awareness to awaken without fear. Now awareness demanded challenge. The cracks widened slowly. Nature became less predictable, not because the gods changed it, but because humans experienced it differently. A failed harvest now felt like betrayal. A harsh winter felt personal. Humans began to look upward more often. Not with wonder, but with expectation. This shift mattered. Expectation creates disappointment. Disappointment seeks explanation. Explanation, when absent, creates belief. The first structured beliefs began to form. Not yet myths, but assumptions. The world was no longer neutral. It was perceived as responsive. Favor and punishment became imagined forces shaping daily life. The gods felt the weight of this projection. Humanity was assigning intention to existence faster than understanding could follow. This imbalance would eventually demand response. But for now, the age lingered. The Golden Age did not end in fire or flood. It faded. It faded as humans learned to remember too much, desire too deeply, and expect too confidently. Innocence dissolved not through evil, but through awareness. The gods did not mourn this loss. They understood its necessity. A world with consciousness could not remain effortless forever. Growth required tension, meaning required loss. Still, something precious was gone. The ease of living without expectation, the quiet acceptance of what came, the harmony of existence without judgment. The first cracks did not destroy humanity. They prepared it. Prepared it for struggle, for story, for choice. The Golden Age remained in memory, not as history, but as longing. A time when life felt lighter, and that longing would shape everything that followed. After the world had settled into its new shape, and the gods had taken their places in the sky, the sea, and the depths below, there was a quiet distance between Olympus and the earth. The gods ruled from above, complete and powerful, while below them the world existed in a softer, unfinished state. Mountains stood, rivers flowed, forests spread, but something was missing. Life moved, but without direction. The earth waited, even if it did not yet know what it was waiting for. Among the gods, there was one who looked down more often than the others. Prometheus was not the strongest, nor the loudest, nor the most feared, but he watched carefully. He noticed small things. He noticed how fragile the creatures of the earth were, how easily they suffered from cold and darkness, how short and uncertain their lives felt compared to the endless calm of the gods. Prometheus had been part of the old order and had survived the fall of the Titans by choosing wisdom over force. He understood power, but he also understood consequence. Unlike many gods, he did not see the world below as something distant or unimportant. To him, the earth was unfinished, and unfinished things invited care. Humans existed, but only barely. They moved without knowledge, lived without memory, and endured without understanding. They had no fire. Nights were long and frightening. Cold was a constant enemy. Prometheus saw this and felt something unusual for a god. Concern, not pity exactly, but a sense that something was out of balance. Fire was not just warmth. Fire was light, safety, and the beginning of learning. Fire belonged to the gods. It was kept carefully, guarded as a symbol of control and separation. Zeus, now ruler of Olympus, understood this well. Fire meant independence, and independence meant risk. Prometheus knew the rule. He also knew why it existed. But he believed that without change, the world below would remain silent forever. So he made a choice, not in anger and not in rebellion, but in quiet certainty. He stole fire. The act itself was simple, almost gentle. There was no battle, no thunder. A small flame, hidden, protected, carried down from the heights of Olympus to the waiting earth. When humans first held fire, they did not understand it fully. They feared it at first, then learned to trust it. Fire changed everything. Darkness retreated. Food became easier to prepare. Cold nights became survivable. Most importantly, fire allowed humans to gather, to think, to speak, and to remember. With fire came awareness. With awareness came questions. Zeus noticed the change almost immediately. The earth no longer felt quiet. Smoke rose. Light flickered where there had only been shadow. Humans were no longer completely dependent. To Zeus, this was not kindness. It was disruption. Prometheus was brought before the ruler of the gods, and for a moment, there was silence. Zeus did not shout. He did not need to. His disappointment carried more weight than anger. Prometheus had crossed a line that separated gods from mortals. Punishment followed, not as revenge, but as a warning. Prometheus was bound to a remote rock at the edge of the world. Each day, an eagle descended and tore at him, feeding on his liver. Each night, the wound healed, only to be opened again the next day. The pain was endless, carefully designed to never reach an end. It was not death, it was endurance. Yet, even in punishment, Prometheus did not ask for forgiveness. He had known the cost. The fire remained with humanity. But Zeus was not finished. If Prometheus had given humans a gift, then humans would also receive a counterweight, a reminder that gifts from the gods were never free. This is where Pandora enters the story. After the gift of fire and the release of suffering into the world, humanity did not change all at once. Change came slowly, almost gently, like the turning of seasons that no one notices until the air feels different. The gods watched from above as humans learned how to live with what they had been given and what they could never take back. This first long period of human life later became known as the Golden Age. It was not perfect, but it was simple. Humans lived close to the earth, not above it and not against it. They did not need laws, because there was little reason to break them. They did not need rulers, because no one yet wanted to rule over others. Life flowed without urgency. Food was gathered easily. Shelter was shared. Death came quietly and without fear. In the Golden Age, humans did not question their place in the world. They accepted it. There was no hunger for more, no deep sense of comparison. Time passed gently, and memory did not carry heavy weight. The gods rarely interfered, because there was nothing that demanded correction. Humanity existed as part of the world, not as its master. But nothing that breathes remains unchanged. As generations passed, the softness of the Golden Age began to thin. Humans started to notice difference. Some were stronger, some were faster, some learned more quickly than others. These differences were small at first, almost harmless, but awareness itself was a turning point. Once comparison begins, simplicity fades. This shift marked the slow arrival of the Silver Age. In the Silver Age, humans lived longer as children, protected and dependent, but once grown, they struggled to find balance. They began to question the world instead of simply living in it. Seasons felt harsher. The earth no longer seemed endlessly generous. People gathered into larger groups, and with that came disagreement. Respect for the gods weakened, not out of rebellion, but out of distraction. Humans became more focused on themselves, their needs, their desires, their frustrations. Rituals felt less meaningful. Gratitude became occasional rather than constant. Zeus observed this change carefully. The Silver Age was not evil, but it was unstable. Humanity was growing inward, less connected to the rhythms that had once guided it. Where the Golden Age flowed, the Silver Age hesitated. Eventually, the imbalance grew too great. The Silver Age faded, not in fire or flood, but through quiet replacement. Humanity moved again into a new form of existence. The Bronze Age arrived with a harder sound. Humans of the Bronze Age were different, stronger in body, sharper in will, and far more restless. Where earlier humans had lived beside nature, these humans sought to shape it. Tools became weapons. Settlements became territories. Strength became something to admire and to fear. For the first time, violence was no longer accidental, it was chosen. Bronze Age humans valued action over patience. They admired courage, but often confused it with dominance. Conflict became a way to resolve disagreement. Pride replaced humility, and memory became heavy with stories of victory rather than harmony. The gods felt more distant now, not because they had left, but because humans no longer listened in the same way. Offerings were made out of habit or fear, not connection. Prayers asked for advantage rather than balance. This was not yet the age of heroes, but it prepared the ground for it. The world was becoming louder. Human ambition grew faster than human wisdom. Zeus, watching from Olympus, understood that humanity was no longer fragile, it was volatile. The decline from gold to bronze was not a straight fall, it was a long slope, walked step by step. Each age carried something forward from the last, but also lost something quietly along the way. Innocence faded first, then patience, then restraint. Yet even in the Bronze Age, humanity was not beyond hope. Creativity flourished alongside conflict. Bonds still formed. Love still existed, though often tested. Humans were becoming more complex, more capable of both creation and destruction. This complexity interested the gods. Where earlier ages required little attention, the Bronze Age demanded observation. Humans were now shaping their own fate. Even if they did not fully understand the consequences of their actions, they were no longer simply living, they were choosing. And choice, once introduced, cannot be undone. The world stood at a threshold. The decline had not ended, but it had reached a point where something new would be required to move forward. The gods would soon step closer again, not to restore the past, but to guide what came next. The age of heroes was approaching, not as a reward, but as a response. And far below Olympus, humanity continued on, unaware that its quiet transformation had already reshaped the future of both gods and mortals. As the Bronze Age unfolded across the earth, humanity grew restless. Life had become stronger, sharper, more unpredictable. Where once humans lived quietly within the cycles of nature, now they sought to bend the world to their will. They learned to fight, to hunt, to build, and to plan beyond the needs of a single season. Yet strength alone was not enough to navigate this new world. Challenges multiplied. Danger and opportunity appeared side by side, and those who wished to survive discovered that courage alone was not sufficient. They required something more, something extraordinary. It was in this environment, at this exact moment in history, that the first heroes emerged. These were not ordinary people. They were not born merely to live or to serve. They were born to face the impossible, to step into situations that would overwhelm most, and to carry consequences far beyond themselves. Their existence marked a turning point in human life, a bridge between fragile mortals and the enduring presence of gods. The heroes did not appear simultaneously. Each arrived in their own time, shaped by circumstances, chance, and divine attention. Yet they shared certain qualities. Strength, certainly, but more importantly, courage, ingenuity, and the willingness to act when the world demanded it. In the Bronze Age, action itself became a form of recognition, and those who acted decisively were destined to be remembered. The gods, observing from Olympus, had varying opinions about these heroes. Some admired them, seeing echoes of themselves in mortal form. Others feared them, recognizing the unpredictability that mortals carried when given exceptional skill. Zeus, as always, weighed control against freedom. Heroes could maintain balance if guided correctly, but they could also disrupt it entirely if left unchecked. This tension created a delicate stage upon which history would unfold. The first heroes were often born of extraordinary circumstances. Some emerged from families already touched by divine influence, bearing the faint mark of immortal power. Others arose unexpectedly, in humble villages, discovered not by lineage but by trial. These early figures learned that their abilities separated them from ordinary life. They were expected to carry burdens that no one else could bear, yet they remained fundamentally human. Their mortality bound them to struggle, while their skill allowed them to challenge fate. Human communities responded with a mixture of awe, fear, and admiration. Heroes were respected, often honored, sometimes envied. Stories about them began immediately, not written but spoken, passed from mouth to mouth. A brave act in one village became legend in another, growing with each retelling. Humans began to understand that the world contained both ordinary dangers and extraordinary ones, and that survival sometimes required extraordinary measures. The gods played subtle roles in shaping this environment. They did not intervene openly as they had with fire or with the consequences of Pandora's curiosity. Instead, they placed challenges, guided opportunity, and occasionally provided protection or insight. Divine influence was present but invisible, like wind shaping the path of a river. Humans interpreted success or failure as the will of the gods, but the truth was more nuanced. The gods had created potential, but the heroes themselves had to choose how to act. This period marked the beginning of the heroic narrative. The first stories carried lessons as well as drama. Courage and cunning were celebrated. Recklessness was recorded as warning. Every challenge faced, every monstrous threat encountered, every impossible task completed, contributed to the collective memory of humanity. Heroes became both models to emulate and puzzles to understand. Their actions shaped not only their own destinies, but also the moral imagination of their communities. One of the earliest examples of heroism came not from battle alone but from problem-solving, from stepping into uncertainty. These acts often appeared simple on the surface, but held deep consequences. A hero might navigate a treacherous mountain path to deliver food, protect a village from a hidden threat, or resolve disputes that could erupt into wider conflict. Each action carried personal risk and societal impact. Humans began to see that heroism was not only about strength, but about judgment, endurance, and the willingness to face danger for the greater good. Conflict began to define much of this era. Humans were not yet capable of large organized warfare, but the world presented them with enough challenges to test resolve continually. Bandits, wild beasts, unstable elements, and rival communities created constant pressure. Heroes did not only respond to these pressures, they often sought them out, drawn by necessity, curiosity, or even a quiet desire to test limits. The presence of a hero could stabilize a region, offering hope and protection, but it could also provoke competition, envy, and unintended chaos. At the same time, divine attention began to crystallize around certain individuals. Promises of guidance or subtle intervention arrived at moments of decision. A hero might find the right tool at the right time, survive an impossible fall, or be inspired with insight in moments of peril. These interventions were never blatant. The gods did not step into mortal life openly, as they had in the Age of Fire or the opening of Pandora's vessel. Instead, they allowed coincidence, pattern, and perception to guide events, leaving humans to interpret outcomes as they could. As these early heroes lived and acted, the gap between human and divine understanding widened. Mortals could now manipulate their environment, resist natural threats, and achieve what had once been impossible. Yet they remained subject to mortality, to pain, to uncertainty, and to the caprices of chance. This tension between extraordinary ability and human limitation defined the age. Heroes were simultaneously capable and vulnerable, powerful and fallible, admired and feared. Stories of the first heroic deeds traveled across communities, carried on the wind and in conversation. They were repeated, exaggerated, and refined, creating the first shared cultural memory that was not purely about survival, but about achievement, character, and consequence. Children learned early that the world contained dangers and opportunities that required intelligence, bravery, and moral judgment. Even as these narratives grew more elaborate, the fundamental lessons remained simple. Courage and wisdom are necessary for life, and action carries consequence. It was during this age that the first formal acknowledgement of heroism arose. Feasts, gatherings, and early rituals celebrated deeds rather than simply survival. Humans began to honor those whose choices shaped outcomes, even as they feared the attention of those same individuals. Respect and caution became entwined. The presence of a hero inspired both cooperation and caution, creating a subtle social balance that reflected the evolving understanding of the human world. Importantly, the age of heroes was not uniform. Different regions experienced varying degrees of challenge and divine attention. Some communities saw acts of bravery almost daily. Others witnessed rare, transformative events. Yet, across all these spaces, the underlying principles were the same. Humans confronted danger, displayed courage, made choices, and faced consequences. Heroes were both participants in and symbols of these processes, embodying the evolving relationship between mortals, their world, and the gods above. This age set the stage for the great tales that would follow. The trials of Heracles, Perseus, Theseus, and countless unnamed figures were not isolated adventures. They were the continuation of a pattern that began with these first heroes. Each act, each choice, each encounter added depth to human understanding of courage, suffering, morality, and fate. The gods observed, recorded, and sometimes guided, but the essence of heroism, its combination of action, consequence, and morality, belonged to humanity. And so, as the world settled into the age of heroes, life became both more dangerous and more meaningful. Humans were no longer simply living, they were striving. They were discovering that choice, effort, and endurance could shape destiny. The stories of these first heroes would resonate for generations, not only as entertainment, but as a framework for understanding the balance between mortality, power, and divine oversight. The age of heroes had begun quietly, without announcement, without ceremony, yet from this point onward, the world would never be the same. Mortals and gods alike would find themselves bound by action, responsibility, and consequence, and the stories of heroism would echo across the earth as long as humans remembered. Heracles was born into a world that demanded extraordinary strength, even before he knew what strength meant. His father was Zeus, king of the gods, and his mother was a mortal woman, Alcmene. From the very beginning, his life was shaped by the unusual mixture of divine power and human vulnerability. Even as a child, the difference between the immortal and the mortal within him created tension, a subtle strain that would define every action he would take. It was not a peaceful childhood. Hera, the wife of Zeus, bore deep resentment toward him. Though he was not responsible for the circumstances of his birth, he became the target of her wrath. She sought to make his life difficult, to remind mortals and gods alike that no one could escape the consequences of divine politics. From his first moments, Heracles faced danger, often from forces beyond human comprehension. Even as a baby, he was capable of immense feats, like strangling serpents sent by Hera to end his life, yet each victory carried with it the weight of expectation and the shadow of challenge. As Heracles grew, his extraordinary strength became increasingly apparent. He could lift, strike, and endure in ways no ordinary human could. Yet his power was both a blessing and a curse. It separated him from other people. Those around him feared the raw potential within him, while others admired it from a cautious distance. Strength alone was not enough to guide him. The world required judgment, patience, and understanding, none of which came easily to someone born to contend with the influence of gods and the realities of human life simultaneously. Heracles' first true challenges emerged as he entered adulthood. His life was marked by tasks imposed upon him, some by choice and some by forces beyond his control. Most famously, he was set upon by the labors, a series of 12 nearly impossible tasks meant to test his endurance, courage, and moral fortitude. Each labor was more than a physical challenge. It was an opportunity to navigate the intricate balance between mortality and divinity. They demanded intelligence as much as strength, creativity as much as force. The Nemean lion, whose hide could not be pierced by mortal weapons, required Heracles to think beyond conventional methods. When brute strength alone failed, he learned to adapt, to understand the nature of the challenge before him, to act with both patience and cunning. The experience taught him that even overwhelming power must be guided by knowledge and foresight. Every labor carried a lesson, as well as a consequence, a pattern mirrored in the way humans and gods interacted across the broader world. Hera's influence remained constant throughout his life, often creating obstacles at unexpected moments. While she sought his failure, these trials inadvertently helped shape him into a hero of legend. Resistance and adversity became defining features, reinforcing the idea that true heroism requires enduring suffering as well as achieving triumph. Pain and struggle were inseparable from accomplishment, and Heracles embodied this paradox fully. His interactions with humans were equally complex. He could inspire loyalty and awe, yet also provoke fear and misunderstanding. Mortals were often unsure how to interpret his actions. A single decision, rescuing a village, confronting a beast, defending an innocent, could elevate him in the eyes of one group and alienate him from another. Heroism, in this sense, was not simply measured by victories, but by the ripple of consequences each action created. Every choice carried ethical weight, reinforcing the fragile relationship between power, morality, and accountability. Heracles also learned that his strength could not solve every problem. Some challenges demanded endurance rather than immediate action, negotiation rather than force. These moments tested his patience, and sometimes his humility. They reminded him, subtly but insistently, that being a hero was as much about restraint and wisdom as it was about ability. Strength without direction was dangerous, both to himself and to those around him. The stories of his early labors reflect not only physical courage, but the slow accumulation of judgment and insight. Alongside the trials imposed by others, Heracles faced internal struggles. Anger, impulsiveness, and a profound sense of isolation shadowed him throughout his life. His lineage placed him between two worlds, never fully belonging to either. The gods watched, sometimes intervening, sometimes observing quietly. Humans around him often saw only the effects of his actions, rarely understanding the complexities of his mind or the depth of his challenges. This duality, external prowess and internal struggle, became a defining trait of his legend. Yet despite these difficulties, Heracles' life was also marked by moments of profound connection. He formed alliances, friendships, and partnerships that emphasized loyalty, courage, and shared purpose. These relationships were rare, precious, and often tested by circumstance. Every bond required trust, every collaboration demanded clarity of intent, and each success highlighted the delicate balance between individual strength and collective effort. Through these experiences, Heracles learned that heroism was not a solitary path, but one intertwined with the lives and choices of others. Death and mortality, always present, added another dimension to his life. Though he bore divine blood, he remained mortal in key ways. His body, while capable of incredible feats, was subject to fatigue, injury, and the ultimate inevitability of death. These limits did not diminish his legend, they amplified it. The audience of mortals understood that each act of courage carried real risk, that every battle could end in catastrophe. Heroism was meaningful because it confronted reality rather than escaping it. Heracles' legacy extended beyond immediate acts. The lessons he embodied, strength tempered by wisdom, endurance through suffering, courage coupled with reflection, shaped the culture around him. Stories of his deeds became instruction, moral guidance, and entertainment, all at once. His life illustrated the tensions inherent in human existence, between power and responsibility, ambition and humility, mortality and aspiration. Through him, humanity could imagine a path that reached beyond ordinary limitations without losing sight of consequence. In every village, every battlefield, and every forest where he traveled, Heracles' presence left a mark. The challenges he overcame were not merely individual triumphs, but collective experiences. Communities remembered his interventions, learned from his successes, and adapted to the patterns his actions revealed. His deeds bridged the gap between humans and the divine, offering a glimpse of what could be accomplished with courage, strength, and intelligence aligned. Heracles' life also reflected the unpredictability of fate. Despite skill and effort, outcomes were never guaranteed. The world remained complex, full of variables, with divine forces, chance, and human choice interacting continuously. This unpredictability made every decision meaningful. Every action, measured against consequences, contributed to a larger understanding of heroism, mortality, and morality. Through Heracles, the Age of Heroes gained definition. It was no longer simply an era of extraordinary humans. It became an age where the relationship between humans and gods, action and consequence, courage and suffering, was visible and tangible. Every deed, from the smallest act of protection to the largest battle, resonated across generations. His legend was not merely a story, it was a framework through which humanity could understand itself in relation to power, challenge, and destiny. In this sense, Heracles was both beginning and guide. His labors, his struggles, and his triumphs set the tone for those who followed. Later heroes would face their own monsters, quests, and trials, but the principles established by Heracles, strength married to judgment, courage tempered by consequence, action informed by both wisdom and endurance, remained central. He was, in every way, a bridge between the mortal and the divine, the ordinary and the extraordinary, chaos and order. And so, as Heracles moved through the world, undertaking impossible tasks and enduring endless trials, he became more than a man. He became an ideal, a measure, a story told over and over to remind humans of what could be achieved and what must be respected. He embodied the delicate balance that defined the Age of Heroes, illustrating the profound truth that greatness, however immense, is inseparable from responsibility, suffering, and the wisdom to endure. Following the labors and trials of Heracles, the world of mortals continued to expand its horizons. Life had grown more complex. The consequences of fire, curiosity, and heroism had rippled through generations. In this environment, new heroes arose, not merely to display strength, but to embody cleverness, courage, and the emerging human understanding of strategy and justice. Among these figures, Perseus and Theseus became central, each distinct, yet linked by the demands of a world where mortality and divine influence intertwined. Perseus was born to a mortal mother, Danae, and the god Zeus. From the earliest moments of his life, his existence was precarious. His grandfather, Acrisius, fearful of prophecy, sought to prevent Perseus from ever living, yet the world seemed to conspire in favor of the young hero. He survived abandonment, threats, and danger long before he could understand what it meant to be chosen. This early resilience shaped his character. Perseus did not rely solely on strength. He relied on resourcefulness, cleverness, and careful observation. His life, from its first breath, demonstrated that heroism was more than brute power. It required intelligence, patience, and the ability to act decisively in moments of uncertainty. His most famous quest, the slaying of Medusa, exemplified this combination. Medusa, whose gaze could turn any living creature to stone, seemed an impossible challenge. Perseus could not confront her, as one might confront an ordinary enemy. Direct force would have meant instant death. Instead, he relied on guidance from the gods, gifts from the divine, and his own ingenuity. The reflective surface of his shield allowed him to see Medusa without looking directly at her. Each step was deliberate, every move carefully measured. In this careful orchestration, Perseus demonstrated a crucial truth about the age of heroes. Victory came not only from power, but from perception and wisdom. Courage alone was insufficient. Insight was necessary to navigate the perilous world shaped by divine will and human ambition. Theseus, born to Aegeus, king of Athens, faced a different set of challenges. While Perseus contended with supernatural threats and divine instructions, Theseus' trials were embedded in the human and social realm. From his earliest days, he was recognized as someone destined to act beyond ordinary capacity. Traveling from Troezen to Athens, he confronted danger in the form of brigands and treacherous terrain. Each encounter demanded more than physical strength. It required judgment, morality, and the ability to discern friend from foe. Through these experiences, Theseus became a figure whose heroism was closely tied to the human communities he served, reflecting the emerging importance of social responsibility alongside personal valor. Both heroes shared encounters with danger, yet the nature of their challenges reflected different aspects of human and divine interaction. Perseus' story emphasized the delicate balance between mortal agency and divine guidance. Theseus' story highlighted the emergence of civic responsibility and the subtleties of social morality. Together, their narratives illustrated the expanding possibilities of heroism in a world increasingly shaped by choice, consequence, and the observation of the gods. Mortals could act, but the outcomes of their actions resonated far beyond immediate circumstance. The gods' role remained subtle yet critical. Athena provided Perseus with knowledge, foresight, and tools, guiding him without direct interference. This reflected a broader principle in the heroic age. Divine aid existed, but the hero's success relied on human initiative and judgment. Similarly, Theseus benefited from encouragement and prophecy, yet each step he took demanded discernment and courage. The gods, observing from Olympus, ensured that mortals could reach potential without removing the essential element of struggle. Heroism, the world was teaching, required the integration of human capability with the recognition of forces beyond one's control. The challenges Perseus faced were not only physical, but moral. His encounters with Medusa and the Gorgons required restraint as well as action. He had to navigate the delicate ethics of killing not indiscriminately, but purposefully, understanding the larger consequences of each act. This ethical dimension, often overlooked, became central to the understanding of heroism. Strength without consideration could lead to chaos. Intelligence without courage led to inaction. The fusion of insight, courage, and ethical discernment became the standard for exceptional heroism. Theseus, too, learned that heroism was inseparable from responsibility. His journey into the labyrinth to confront the Minotaur symbolized more than confrontation with a monster. It represented the necessity of facing inherited societal challenges, of navigating systems created by prior generations, and of making decisions that affected not only the self, but the wider community. Theseus' success was not merely survival but the establishment of order, a reflection of the broader human struggle to balance individual ambition with collective welfare. In both cases, the heroes' lives demonstrated the duality of mortality and divine involvement. They remained human, subject to fear, exhaustion, and error, yet they moved within a world where gods observed, guided, and occasionally intervened. This interplay created tension and drama, a pattern that would shape the myths of the coming generations. Mortals learned that life's challenges were both immediate and symbolic, practical and moral, personal and universal. Communities observed these heroes and learned from them. The stories of Perseus and Theseus spread not as literal histories, but as lessons embedded in narrative. Humans began to see patterns in action, to recognize the importance of strategy, intelligence, courage, and responsibility. Moral judgment and careful planning became as revered as physical strength. The world itself seemed to demand more than force, insisting that wisdom accompany power, and that heroism carry meaning beyond simple survival. The impact of these heroes extended beyond their immediate lives. Perseus' adventures, culminating in the rescue of Andromeda, symbolized the potential for courage to align with compassion. Theseus' labors in Athens established precedents for civic action and community leadership. Together, they represented the spectrum of heroism, the individual confronting supernatural danger and the individual shaping human society. Each act became a model for others, both mortal and divine, reinforcing the principle that heroism was an interplay between capability, morality, and circumstance. Finally, both Perseus and Theseus demonstrated the unpredictability of consequence. Despite careful planning, every action carried potential unforeseen effects. Success could create envy or challenge. Failure could lead to destruction or opportunity. The gods, while observing, allowed the heroes to navigate these outcomes, underscoring a fundamental lesson. The Age of Heroes was a period where choice and consequence, skill and morality, courage and wisdom were inseparable. Mortals could rise, fail, and rise again, but only by embracing the full spectrum of experience could they leave a lasting legacy. Through Perseus and Theseus, the world began to recognize a new standard for human possibility. Heroism was no longer simply strength. It was intelligence guided by foresight, courage balanced with responsibility, and action tempered by understanding. The Age of Heroes expanded, enriched by these figures, whose deeds bridged human limitations and divine observation. Their stories, repeated and remembered, laid the foundation for the legendary quests and trials that would define the mythology of generations to come. And so, as Perseus and Theseus moved through their respective worlds, facing impossible challenges and leaving indelible marks on human memory, the Age of Heroes advanced, their lives intertwined with both the mortal and divine, illuminating the possibilities of action, consequence, and wisdom. In their journeys, humanity learned that heroism was not merely a gift, but a path, one that demanded courage, insight, and an enduring commitment to face the unknown. After the era of individual heroes like Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus, the world had shifted again. Mortals had grown accustomed to the extraordinary, yet the scale of events now demanded more than single acts of heroism. Communities had strengthened, cities had expanded, and human ambition had taken on a new, collective form. It was no longer enough for one person to confront monsters or solve isolated challenges. The future required coordination, loyalty, and strategy on a much larger stage. This path would lead, eventually, to the legendary conflict known as the Trojan War, but its beginnings were slow, subtle, and woven into countless smaller stories along the way. The first seeds were sown in the interactions of gods and mortals, who remained intricately linked even as humans gained more independence. Mortals had learned to act boldly, to challenge nature and circumstance, and to achieve what once seemed impossible. But the gods still influenced outcomes, sometimes gently, sometimes indirectly, guiding the threads of fate without entirely revealing themselves. The road to Troy was paved with human choices, yet divine observation hovered above, a constant presence shaping events through subtle suggestion rather than direct interference. One of the earliest catalysts for the approaching conflict was the growing network of alliances and rivalries among city-states and noble families. As settlements grew into organized communities, leadership became increasingly important. Kings and princes had to assert authority, maintain order, and navigate relationships both domestic and external. Feuds, jealousies, and the desire for prestige set the stage for larger conflicts. These tensions, though initially small and localized, spread like ripples, eventually encompassing wider regions and creating the conditions for war on an unprecedented scale. Heroic figures continued to emerge during this period, each contributing to the developing tapestry of influence, reputation, and moral expectation. Warriors were trained, not only in combat, but in ethics, diplomacy, and strategy. Legends of past heroes shaped their understanding of what was possible. Tales of Heracles, Labors, or Perseus, clever triumphs were no longer abstract stories. They were guides, models for courage, cunning, and perseverance. The heroic ideal became increasingly complex, combining skill, judgment, and responsibility with the expectation that each choice had consequences far beyond the individual. Among the most notable human developments was the increasing interaction between the cities of Greece and the regions across the Aegean. Trade, exploration, and travel brought communities into contact with one another, revealing both opportunity and potential conflict. Relationships between rulers, alliances, and families became fragile and dynamic. Honor, reputation, and obligation gained weight as guiding principles. A slight insult, an unresolved grievance, or an unfulfilled promise could ripple outward, initiating consequences that no single human could anticipate. The road to Troy was paved with these subtle tensions, invisible to many, yet inevitable in their long-term effect. Parallel to these human developments, divine influence remained at work, often subtly directing the courses of events. The gods had learned from past interventions that too much interference could undermine human initiative. Instead, they placed challenges, provided guidance through dreams or counsel, and sometimes inspired extraordinary courage at crucial moments. These acts were never obvious, rarely celebrated, but they ensured that the threads of fate moved forward. Mortals, while appearing to act freely, were continuously shaped by this hidden hand, which maintained a balance between chaos and order, chance and destiny. During this era, two elements became especially prominent: communication and mobility. Messages traveled slowly but deliberately, networks of scouts, messengers, and envoys linking distant settlements. Knowledge of events beyond one's immediate environment became increasingly valuable. This awareness of the broader world influenced decision-making, allowing human leaders to plan, negotiate, or prepare for conflict. Similarly, the movement of people, whether for trade, exploration, or military preparation, created connections between regions that would later be crucial in the coalition of forces involved in the Trojan War. Human society was learning that survival and success required coordination, foresight, and unity, as well as individual courage. The first direct tensions that would eventually culminate in Troy emerged in disputes over honor, marriage, and loyalty. Personal conflicts among leaders and heroes began to escalate, turning private grievances into matters of public importance. Such conflicts were magnified by divine involvement, for gods often had personal favorites, allies, or adversaries among mortals. While humans acted based on their understanding of justice and reputation, the subtle influence of gods complicated outcomes, ensuring that actions had layered consequences. By this time, humans were no longer operating in isolation. Every decision was both a personal and collective matter, intertwining fate, ambition, and morality. Heroes of this generation, influenced by past legends, began to distinguish themselves through a combination of skill, judgment, and moral choice. They became known not only for their prowess in battle, but also for their strategic thinking, ability to inspire others, and capacity to navigate ethical dilemmas. Courage without foresight was no longer enough. Success required insight into human behavior, understanding of alliances, and an awareness of divine presence. The road to Troy was shaped by these principles, even before a single army had marched or a wall had been breached. During this period, local disputes gradually connected into a larger network of tension and rivalry. Alliances shifted, promises were made and broken, and trust became a fragile commodity. Humans learned that individual actions could have repercussions far beyond immediate circumstances. Decisions taken in one village or city could trigger reactions in another, sometimes hundreds of miles away. The patterns of consequence established during this era created a world in which a single event could ignite a chain reaction, laying the foundation for the monumental conflict that would later unfold at Troy. In addition to political and social developments, cultural and ethical evolution was underway. The heroic ideal, now well established, began to emphasize qualities such as wisdom, justice, and moral responsibility, alongside strength and courage. Communities valued leaders who could balance personal achievement with collective welfare, and the emerging narratives emphasized that heroism involved both action and reflection. These stories, shared orally across generations, guided behavior, reinforced social norms, and inspired new heroes, creating a culture in which extraordinary individuals could emerge and shape history. By the time the legendary generation of warriors and leaders came of age, the road to Troy had already been set. The world was primed for conflict, shaped by centuries of heroic deeds, divine intervention, social complexity, and human ambition. The interactions of gods and mortals, the accumulation of experience and knowledge, and the network of alliances and rivalries created a delicate yet inevitable path toward confrontation. The Trojan War, while still distant, was not a sudden eruption. It was the natural consequence of the evolving world, a culmination of choices, actions, and divine influence stretching back through generations. And so, as the cities of Greece and surrounding regions expanded, heroes trained, and alliances formed, the stage for the most famous conflict in mythology was quietly set. Mortals acted as they always had, with courage, ambition, and the hope of leaving a mark. Gods observed, guided, and occasionally interfered, maintaining balance while allowing the world to unfold. The road to Troy was not a straight line, but it was unmistakable, paved by both human action and divine will. In this way, history, legend, and myth intertwined, preparing the world for the drama, heroism, and tragedy that would define the age to come. The era of heroes, which had stretched across generations, slowly approached its conclusion. The world that had once been simple and quiet, populated by mortals shaped by fire, courage, and divine influence, had grown increasingly complex. The age had seen extraordinary individuals rise, accomplish incredible feats, and shape both human understanding and the attention of the gods. Yet, as every story must eventually find its place, the mythic age, filled with daring deeds, cunning strategies, and divine interaction, was nearing its end. Heroes like Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus had carved paths across the lands, leaving behind lessons, models, and cautionary tales. They had faced monsters, navigated moral dilemmas, and confronted the unpredictable forces of both nature and divinity. Through them, humans had learned what was possible, that courage paired with wisdom could shape the world, that action carried consequences far beyond the immediate moment, and that even the mightiest individuals were subject to limits, mortality, and moral responsibility. Yet even as the exploits of these heroes echoed through villages, cities, and distant lands, the world began to transition. Human communities were becoming more organized, more interconnected, and increasingly capable of sustaining themselves without constant divine intervention. The gods' presence, once obvious and direct in earlier times, had become subtler. Mortals were learning to navigate the world through their own efforts, drawing on the examples of heroes, but also facing the consequences of their decisions, with less immediate guidance from Olympus. The culmination of these developments coincided with the growing tensions that would eventually lead to the Trojan War. This conflict, legendary even in its beginnings, was both a continuation and a transformation of the heroic tradition. Individual acts of valor were now intertwined with collective responsibility, as entire cities and alliances became involved in decisions and consequences. The focus was shifting from isolated feats to a broader understanding of leadership, strategy, and the ethics of war. Heroes would still act, but the scale of their impact expanded dramatically. Even as these events unfolded, the world began to recognize the limitations of the heroic model. No single individual, regardless of courage or skill, could resolve every challenge. Mortals and gods alike observed that true stability required collaboration, foresight, and balance between power and morality. Communities began to establish systems, traditions, and norms that could endure beyond the lifespan of any single hero. These structures, emerging from the experiences and trials of the mythic age, laid the foundation for the more human-focused stories that would follow. The end of the Mythic Age was not abrupt. It arrived gradually through a combination of the natural progression of life, the completion of heroic arcs, and the rise of new social structures. Heroes grew older, retired, or departed from the world, leaving behind stories that would guide future generations. Mortals became increasingly aware of the principles that had governed the heroic era: courage, wisdom, responsibility, and the delicate interplay between human choice and divine influence. These principles were absorbed into culture, ritual, and education, transitioning from immediate action to enduring legacy. One notable consequence of this transition was the redefinition of the relationship between gods and humans. While the divine had once intervened openly, now their influence became more nuanced. Dreams, signs, and subtle guidance replaced direct interference. Humans, having learned from countless examples, were increasingly capable of navigating danger and challenge with only occasional divine prompts. The Age of Heroes had trained humanity to recognize both their limitations and their potential, preparing them for a world where choice, consequence, and morality carried primary weight. This final phase also saw the codification of heroic stories, both oral and, eventually, written. Communities preserved tales of the past, not merely as entertainment but as moral and ethical instruction. The deeds of Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus became touchstones for understanding courage, judgment, and responsibility. The narratives were layered, often blending historical recollection, symbolic meaning, and divine involvement, ensuring that the lessons endured even as the living heroes faded. Humanity, now more self-reliant, yet informed by the past, stepped forward with these frameworks in place. The closing of the Mythic Age was further defined by the preparation for large-scale conflict, culminating in the legendary war at Troy. The world had matured. The heroic ideal had reached its peak, blending extraordinary individuals with complex social, political, and moral networks. The stage was set for a conflict that would test the lessons of generations, the coordination of entire societies, and the ongoing presence of divine influence, all while honoring the traditions of the heroic era. It was a period of reflection as much as action. Mortals looked back at what had been achieved, what had been learned, and what risks had been endured. The collective memory of human communities became richer, incorporating the subtleties of individual heroism alongside the responsibilities of social cohesion. In doing so, the end of the Mythic Age did not signify loss or failure, but rather the transformation of experience into enduring wisdom. The era's heroes had prepared humanity for a future where individual courage mattered, yet collective foresight was essential. The Age of Heroes concluded not with a single event, but through a series of transitions. As the stories of individual exploits gave way to the coordination of cities, armies, and alliances, the world entered a new phase. The moral, strategic, and cultural foundations established during the Mythic Age remained intact, providing guidance for the challenges ahead. Humanity, shaped by millennia of divine observation, heroic action, and the interplay of choice and consequence, was now ready to confront conflict on a scale previously unimaginable. Even as the gods watched, their role shifted subtly. They remained observers, patrons, and occasional influencers, but the responsibility for action rested increasingly with humans themselves. Mortals now faced the world with a combination of inherited wisdom, personal courage, and societal responsibility. The era of individual heroism had reached its natural conclusion, leaving behind the structure, experience, and moral framework necessary for the next great chapter, the Trojan War. Thus, the Mythic Age ended quietly, without fanfare, leaving behind a world that was richer, more complex, and more capable than before. Heroes continued to exist in stories, but their active presence in daily life diminished. Mortals, guided by memory, culture, and subtle divine influence, now bore the primary responsibility for shaping events. The end of this age was both a closure and a beginning, a transition from the era of singular heroism to the era of collective action, strategy, and historical consequence. In this way, the world prepared itself. The stories of heroes, gods, and mortals intertwined to create a framework for understanding courage, responsibility, and consequence. Humanity carried forward the lessons of the mythic age, ready to face challenges on a larger stage, yet informed by the principles and narratives that had guided countless generations before. The age of heroes had ended, but its influence would endure, echoing through every story, every choice, and every act of courage that followed. And so, our journey through the myths of Greece comes to a gentle close. We have seen the rise of gods and heroes, the shaping of the world, and the unfolding of human courage and divine influence. Not every story has been told, not every hero or monster has been explored in full detail. But this is just the beginning. In our upcoming videos, we will dive deeper into the lives of these legendary figures, explore the adventures of monsters, and reveal the hidden connections between events and families through detailed charts and stories. If you enjoyed this calm journey through Greek mythology, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support helps us create more relaxing explorations into these ancient tales. Stay tuned for longer, more detailed adventures, and for now, let your mind rest among the stories of gods, heroes, and the world they shaped.